Good morning. Bienvenue. Welcome to our Committee of the Whole meeting for the municipality of the County of Annapolis. First of all, I'd like to say welcome to our citizens that are here with us today. And just a review of if we were to have a fire drill or whatever, or heaven forbid not a fire, we have two doors, go out to the front, where you came in, we meet to the very end of the parking lot in the back. And we're, usually Tina's the one that greets us back there. So just a little bit of information. Okay, so we will start with roll call.
District 1, Carrie Ann Parsons also.
District 2, Jesse Hare.
District 3, Dustin Inslee.
District 4, Charles Cranton.
District 5, Lynn Longmire.
District 6, John Welch.
District 7, Ted Egenberg.
District 8, Niall Harding.
District 9, Gidget Oxter.
District 10, Brian Positano.
And District 11, Diana Blanc. Okay, we'll continue on. Just a reminder that we're going to have a presentation at 11 o'clock from King's Transit. Next is any disclosures of interest before we go on with our regular meeting. Seeing none, we'll continue. And we have the approval of the agenda. Councillor Connell.
I'd like to add an item to the agenda
Under
under
8.2.
new business, 8.2,
Yes,
Lawrencetown swimming pool.
okay.
I'll second.
I need a seconder, okay. Deputy Warden? I need to discuss this.
No.
Is there any discussion on the addition?
Makes sense.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion carried. It is added. Are there any other additions to our agenda? Seeing none, I need the approval of the agenda with the amendment. Councillor Carson-Salzman, seconded by Councillor Welch. All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Motion passed. I didn't see any no's. Okay, let's move on to the approval of the minutes, which are on page 17, which is the Committee of the Whole for March 10th, 2026. Are there any errors, corrections for these minutes? Seeing none, the minutes are approved as is. Okay, the next is on page 21, and it is under correspondence. Our first correspondence is 6.1 from, okay, I'm not gonna, can anybody help me with the proper pronunciation? I don't want to.
Pretzlaw.
There you go. Mr. Preslow, thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions on this? Yes, Councillor?
Yeah, in relation to this, so just to give a little bit of a heads up, this is in my district where this proposed cut is taking place. And I have attended one session, information session put on by this group, Friends of Mickey Hill. It was very informative, very factual. And there is a lot of resident concern in this area regarding this proposed harvest. And I have spoken to many residents, I've spoken to the MLA representing the area, and the overall feeling is that this is not an appropriate area for some of the proposed forestry practices that are being asked for, from us for. So actually with that, I would like to make a motion that council send a letter to DNR and the minister, as well as the appropriate MLAs, requesting more information from DNR on the proposed cut, as well as a timeline for what their proposed actions are, and would like to ask for a pause on the approval of the permit for the areas directly adjacent to the provincial park.
Okay, you're gonna have to slow that down.
The big one?
So I have send a letter to DNR, the minister, and MLAs requesting more information on their timeline, asking for a pause on the areas adjacent to the park.
And the nature reserve. Yeah, and if I could speak on that, Madam Warden?
You certainly can, but are we, do you want to read it again to make sure that, and you need to be sure that that's what you want? Okay.
To send a letter to DNR, the minister, and MLAs requesting more information on their timeline and asking for a pause on the areas adjacent to the park and the nature reserve.
Okay. You know what we need? We need a seconder. Counselor Oxnard. Okay, now you may speak on it.
So I'd just like to start by saying I am in no way opposed to forestry in Nova Scotia. It's an important economic driver. It provides jobs to people in our communities. But I think that there's an appropriate place and area to have these sort of operations take place. The residents have spoken loud and clear to me. This is a beloved area. The Mickey Hill Provincial Park is a beach. It is a trail system. It is used year-round by families, by couples, by seniors. And there is a proposal for a model of forestry, which is a high production forestry model, which is a monoculture model where they use one species of tree, evenly spaced for accelerated growth. And it also permits the use of fertilizers and herbicides to be used for the accelerated growth of the trees as well. There are certainly some places in the province that may be a good model to use, but I would argue that directly next to an important provincial park, as well as adjacent to a nature reserve, may not be the most appropriate location for that sort of forestry. And the residents that I have spoken to have certainly echoed that as well. So I would like to see some more information on this. I've spoken to the MLA and I believe that she would like to see some more information on this as well. I'm not saying to shut down the entire proposed harvest. There are many areas, there's 700 acres at least there that are being proposed to harvest. What I'm saying is directly adjacent to these important public parks and important environmental nature reserves may not be the best area for that type of forestry. And I'd like to hear more from DNR regarding that before they move forward. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so just let me get started here. There we go with the glasses. Deputy Warden,
Thank you.
Mr. Hare, or Councillor Hare, and Councillor Welsh, and Councillor Granton, and remember your order, and Councillor Longmire, oh geez.
Everybody.
Why didn't I just say, okay.
Round table.
Yes, yes. And Councillor Agambar, did you put up your hand?
Not yet.
Okay.
He is now.
Okay. Okay, did I get everybody?
I'll do.
You wait, okay, just in case somebody says something that you don't have to repeat. Perfect. Deputy Warden.
Thank you. I agree with every single thing that Councillor Harding has brought up. And I do find it very interesting that they would even entertain part of this, considering it's adjacent to wetland and a provincial park that I personally use. I take my kids there. You know, it's interesting if they're gonna start using certain sprays and stuff that, well, it's gonna make its way into the lake. But, and we take our dogs, so we all know dogs drink out of the lakes. There's no way to stop it. it's just it's a double-edged sword in some ways for me, because from the information I learned during the forest fire around proper management of forest, and which led to some of the intensity of what we saw in lifestyle housing. You know, I'm a supporter of forestry, and I think that the province does need to do forestry in the right way, with right caveats. Because, you know, if we would have done it right, West Housing might not have been as bad as it was. But the fact that this is where it's at is a completely different situation. Just being beside wetland protected area as its own just blows my mind. Now, the second part of it is, I know that we're gonna have a lot of discussions coming up over the next month or so about letters. And I've been really thinking about the letters and what is the value of the letters versus doing something in person. So, we all know that we send a letter, it may or may not get acknowledged. And most times in a situation like this, because we've sent letters similar to this before to the province, and a lot of response was, well, this is our jurisdiction, get out of our sandbox. And nothing gets done, just lip service. Or we get a 2-page letter that says absolutely nothing from the minister. It's not even related to it. I'd much rather see us take some type of form of action, whether it's with this one, with some other things that we have on the agenda, where we invite the key stakeholders. And I would suggest that at least we invite the minister responsible or the ADM, because the ADMs are the ones that actually do the work, and the local representative. So, you know, Mr. Bowlby and Ms. Balser, to come and meet with our staff, so with our CAO and the warden, because I don't think bringing them to council with all of us, I don't think that would be completely conducive of what we're trying to do, because it's a lot of people talking over each other, versus the CAO and his staff saying, okay, this is what's going on, these are concerns from council, and trying to do it that way and put a face to it versus a letter. Because we already saw some correspondence about this current situation from the town of Annapolis Royal, and they received really no support, or I don't think they even received a letter back. Now, the other thing is that I want to point out is some nervousness with letters, because if we look at recent history, if we look at uranium, so when the municipalities stood up and sent letters to the premier about uranium, there was some negative effects after, from different offices of the province. And I just don't want to see us being negatively impacted, even though we're doing it for the good. So that's the conflicting thing I have, where I think it's important, and I think a letter is important to do, because we've done it before, with some result. But at the same time, I think that it would be better to deal with the people directly. And with this situation and some others that we have coming up, that I think that we could also get more information from the organizations before we go into that meeting. So I would suggest that perhaps the CAO does the same thing with the individual groups to get more information. That way when we meet with the people, and the warden and the CAO and the staff meet with these individuals, they have all of the battle tactics that is needed to confront it. and we can officially say we had a meeting to talk about this, which I feel would have more weight than an open letter. Now, that's just my own thing. I think this is very important, we need to do something about it. I'll stop with that. But I just wonder what is more effective. A letter, we could say, oh, well, we sent a letter, we did our due diligence, versus we're trying to put our mouth where our, whatever that saying is. Anyway, trying to do some type of actual action. And meeting with the individuals that make the decisions, I think is the better, and it proves to our citizens that we actually care about what we're doing. Maybe there's a mixture of both. Maybe there's a letter and this. I don't know. But it's just a thought that I've been thinking about in the past, since we got the council packages, about what is the best approach, what is the best bang for our buck and time to actually get more heat and light on this. And I think dealing with the people in person, where we have a proven, written down track record of what's going on. So we can say we had a meeting on this day, this is what was discussed, and every time we have a meeting at the municipality, there's some type of paraphrase type minutes from those meetings that we still have a track record, unless it's confidential. But I think maybe that's the best course. But that's just how I felt in the past week or so.
Thank you. Who's next? You're correct. Councilor Hare.
So on the motion itself, if I remember it right, asking for more information, absolutely. That's great. You can never know too much. And I would be very intrigued and interested in finding more information. The part that I have an issue with is the very end, asking for a pause. I'm very much for forestry. It is my profession. I'll never see a stick of wood from crown land, so we'll get that out in the air. But I see the guys in forestry. I see the guys in manufacturing. I know the challenges they overcome. And I want to be making sure we are truly advocating forestry in the municipality, not some twisted version of it that doesn't result in real forestry. Just saying that you're for forestry doesn't mean you're for forestry. You gotta be for forestry. I do happen to be one of the two members of this council that have to sit in the Western Regional Crown, I'm trying to remember the acronym right, the Crown Committee that provides some information on Crown forestry actions. And I will say the information they present to us is very detailed. They do a lot, and more so, quite a bit more so than the private sector in environmental protection and management. So if we're gonna if we're gonna hear one side of the story, we need to hear the other side. So that is, it's good that we're going to DNR, but I also think we need to hear from West 4 as well. So I presume if we go to DNR, they'll probably get information from West 4 in the end, so I think we'll get it in the end anyway. But I want to make sure we are advocating for forestry. We're in an affordability crisis right now. I don't believe we're in a forestry crisis, and if we are in a forestry crisis, it's because there's not enough forestry. We always hear the statistic, there was more forest 100 years ago than there is today. And so we're advocating for boundaries upon buffers, upon this, upon that, on every watercourse and wetland. Well, if you look at the definition of a wetland in Nova Scotia, there isn't much in Nova Scotia that isn't a wetland. And so we put boundaries upon boundaries. We're not going to have any forestry here in Nova Scotia. So, if council is willing to entertain an amendment, just to remove the pause on the end of the motion, I'd be 100% for it. I just don't want to advocate for something that isn't going to be for forestry in the municipality. But I'll just leave it at that for now. As the motion stands, I will not support it just for that word pause in the end. I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, so who next? Councilor Ross.
I had the opportunity to go into this area and snowshoe part of it a couple months ago. It's pretty spectacular in the wintertime. And I was able to go in with the person that gave us this presentation, this letter. I'd like to see if we're gonna have all the parties at the table, whether it's West 4 or DNR, it would be nice to have this individual come in and do a presentation. I was also to the presentation the other night at the King's Theatre. It's very informative. It just lays out the fact that this is not a good spot. He talks about for this particular type of forestry, and I'd echo the other councilors as well. I worked 15 years in forestry. I understand the value of it to communities, but this might not be the spot. There's high production strip that is right at Lambs Lake. On the other side of it, I think it's Nature Trust owns it, and they're talking about logging high density within a 300-meter space in between those two, instead of that continuous forest that we really need. It's one of the largest continuous forest areas that we have in this part of the province, and we're looking at the potential of that getting cut up. One of the things that I learned at the presentation the other night is there was one acre parcel that was logged alongside the lake a couple of years ago, and the nutrient wash that came off of that caused the lake to be closed for about 3 months because of the blue-green algae that happened. They're talking about, is it 700 acres or something like that? It's a huge parcel. So we could see potential years of this beach being closed for public access and recreational use. The other thing I learned was there's a trail, a Mi'kmaq trail that exists through that area that existed before settlers. And I've spoken with some folks from Bear River First Nations, and they've said that they're not in favor of this either because it affects them, their historical roots being affected. It affects recreation in the area, all different types. Like when I was back there, you could tell there's been dozens of people back there through the winter. So I do agree that forestry is something that we need to do in the province. It's a resource that adds a lot of value. I think even the forestry that happens in the province, I think you would know that I think 95% of the wood that's actually harvested in the province is actually used within the province. We export very little. We actually use most of it within the province, which is really impressive actually. But I just don't feel that this is the right place to be doing this type of forestry. I could go on for a while, but we have a huge agenda today.
Yes, we do. Thank you for that. Who's next? Councilor Granton. Oh, you guys know your order, I don't know. Good.
I didn't know the whole order, but I knew I was after Councilor Walsh, so. I attended the same meeting as Councilor Harding, which was the first information session. It was very informative. Prior to going to it, I had heard a number of concerns from large residents in my district as well, which isn't too far, but many of the residents utilize that area. And just were concerned about the general appropriateness of it. I think a lot of my notes have already been touched on. I did want to point out, so that it doesn't appear as just one-sided, the presenter, when we talk about HPF, which is the high production forestry, not being appropriate for this area, the presenter did give examples of where that is appropriate, which I thought was good, because without that, you could be tempted to believe, well, they're just against it. He did say, no, these are areas where it is appropriate for a comparison, which helped drive home that this particular area wasn't. Now on the map they had a breakdown of the area that was automatically scheduled for the high production forestry, and then of these areas for planned cutting, not all of it was slated for high production, and there was a gray area, maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, and I think that was like a key component, and that could be something that when we ask for more information, You'll also see in the pink, there was a lot of old forest growth as well, which, is a different kettle of fish and whatnot. So some of the key things that the takeaway, again, was, the main takeaway was that when you listen to the entire presentation and look at the examples of where it is appropriate and where it isn't, this clearly fell in the where it isn't. And my family is woodlot owners and not always been the most aggressive cutters, but we've always prided ourselves on responsibility and sustainability. And most of the examples given, the clear cutting, the topic of the blue-green algae was referenced because, again, you need to realize this is all part of a natural ecosystem. And they gave the example of just one small parcel being cut that resulted in the change of the water flow, which resulted in the blue-green algae and that beach being shut down. And this proposed was significantly. There's also a waterway that runs from that lake to a much bigger lake, and clear cutting of this measure could result in that entire water system becoming contaminated with blue-green algae. They also talked with wildfire risk, and it talks in this gentleman's report, he talks about the wildfire risk and public safety, and again, just due to the the use of the glyphosate and the manner in which it's done, it does create a higher risk. And it's not too far from the area that was just cut. And it kind of said, when you look at our current area that was burnt last year, you have a kind of a catchment area where you have a danger spot in subsequent seasons. And this falls in that area. So it's extreme. I'm not a scientist, I'm just trying to repeat a lot of it, but it all made sense. It's too close to the area that just burned, so it's even more of a risk at the moment. So, and then we also talked too about the general concept of the clear cutting and the existing stuff and the proximity to Mickey Hill and the provincial park and one thing. A lot of the trails go through the proposed clear cut thing, so you imagine, you're going through a nature trail and going snowshoeing. Imagine it doesn't become appealing when you go through the woods and across a huge clear cut area and whatnot. And where it's going with that is there was some feedback from the tourism industry, and again, the author of this letter touches on it in his report. I think it is worth the economic considerations near the end. HPF threatens 3 key factors: community attractiveness, investor confidence, recreation-based economy, and long-term tourism. So basically, there's a lot of people from the business community, a lot of people from the bed and breakfasts and whatnot that say people come, stay, and they plan their weekend or their day around trails and use of that. And if you go and slash that in favor of high production forestry, you're attacking another part of your economy, which is already a little bit established, and trickles down to real estate values, and ultimately it does affect us because real estate values affect our eventual property tax revenues and levels is there. So and then to wrap it up, put a bow in it, they said, if you want another example of good, responsible, sustainable forest management, the presenter said you can look at the county's own practice that we currently do with our own piece of parcel and the practices we use there. And what is being proposed here doesn't really fall in line with our programs. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna move along, and guess who's next?
It's me.
Oh, there you go, Councilor
So,
Longmire.
thank you, Morgan. Look, I couldn't say it any better than all of these who've spoken before me. I just want to focus on one little detail, the ripple effect of most of these practices. I am definitely pro growth, development in industry, but it's thoughtfulness and sensitive around some of these. Most of all of this needs to be really considered. The weight of the damage that could come about from less than thoughtful clear cutting and such, would be, as Councillor Welch has said, could go on for a decade. We can't afford that. We don't look after these places to just watch them just disappear. It's, the proximity for this production is really startling for me. And I look at page 22 of 119, it says process and governance concerns, residents are requesting. I'm curious, has that request happened? Has there been a meaningful consultation and responses to the public? Was there a public meeting and technical briefing with the Nova Scotia Department of Natural Resource? You know, there's other stakeholders here. We've mentioned them in the room, the Mi'kmaq, the people from the Mi'kmaq communities. The stakeholders are much more than just the desire of the corporation who chooses to cut the wood. So it's the ripple effect. So I would be most in favor, as the Deputy Warden had spoke about, a meeting and calling on all the stakeholders to be at the table with the important persons at our table that are, you know, the CAO, yourself, Warden, the Deputy Warden, the Deputy CAO. We need more information so that we can respectfully support our citizens and our lands. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Next is, Councillor Ackenbar, you're next. I don't know if there's much to say.
Appreciate the opportunity. Firstly, I'd like to commend Councillor Harding for bringing this more to our attention perhaps than just what we read in the the coming to the meeting here. I think it's an extremely important decision. But I think, and I also had an issue with the word cause as well. But I think it's a bigger issue, and I think it requires more direct action. You know, to use a cliche, we need a bigger bang for our buck. And I completely concur with the Deputy Warden that a lot of times we write these letters and they go, well, they don't end up typically with the results that we're trying to do. And I think that there's some people in this, I guess I'm going to use the word, somebody that has a dog in this fight, and that is the Deputy Minister Balzer, or the Minister Balzer, and also our MLA. So these are the people that, if we want to have a voice at the right table that's going to make decisions regarding these things, those are the people, our elected officials that need to be, that are at that table. You know, we're not at that table, we'll never be at that table. A letter isn't going to, I don't think, do it for us as well. But I'm fully behind everything that everybody said, but I think we just need a bigger bang for our buck than simply a letter. And as I said, no disrespect to Councillor Harding, that was a good first step to get this conversation going. And I think probably, just from listening to what's going around the table here, there's not too many people here that don't agree with the gist of where this is going. And I think that's where we need to put our effort forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will bring it back to Councillor Harding. Oh, you got it. Wait, Councillor Harding, if I may, I'll put in Councillor Connell, and then you'll wrap it up.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I'll be quick.
Councillor Connell.
I know it's been a big discussion, but sitting here for as long as I have, I agree with the Deputy Warden, and also working for the provincial government for many years. We send a letter, we get a form letter back that if all the councils across across our province send a letter to the province, they're all gonna get the exact same letter we get, signed off. And it's left on deaf ear. I think that a letter is a start, but I definitely would think that meetings with the stakeholders would be a better route. Our concern, or my concern, and I'm sure the constituents that I represent out through that South Mountain range, is that the backlash, same as it did with the uranium, now it's kind of out of the citizens' hands. They don't even have to appropriate talk to the citizens. Things can be pushed forward because a new bill put forward. So it's touchy, but I think as a municipality of the county of Annapolis, I think we should stand up for ourselves. I think that we represent the people at the ground level, and we hear and we listen, and we try to get results the best we can. But I think it's time that we stood up and said, you know, enough's enough. We weren't included in any of the conversation. We know that there's a restricted area and a preserved area right next door. They never came to talk to us to see what we thought about the lands that we represent. And I know that forest fires is a big thing. I know the contribution for clear cutting is gonna add to that. And I know what's going on in the wildfire area last year. It's, you know, if they wanna say they're supporting Nova Scotia, why did a company from Montreal was out on South Mountain cutting firewood in the fire area all winter? Why wasn't there a Nova Scotia company? You know? So our money's not being represented well for taking care of our own stuff. And I think the county, we did our own forestry management for a small portion of land that we own, and we probably should do more. Because I think that it was a type of forestry that I think that the public really appreciated us for doing, and trying to show them that there is ways to do things without doing a big smash, clear cut, take everything, disturb the ecosystem, destroy water systems, trail systems, because even the wildfire destroyed trail systems. And I mean, I spent the winter out there snowmobiling, and when you get people that have snowmobiled in that area for 50 years, coming up to a top of a hill and have to get out your phone because you don't even know what the area, can't even recognize the area. And those trails are part of stuff that they destroyed on their way through. And it'll take years to come back, so people would have organized systems again that they can recognize and stuff like that. So I definitely think that it definitely needs a letter sent, but I think that we need more of a bigger follow-up with us standing our ground and saying, you know, this is our county. We weren't even talked to. These are our economic drivers in that area, and we want you to listen to us. It's time that the province doesn't own Annapolis County. Annapolis County people do. So I think that's time for us to stand up and give back.
Thank you very much. It appears we're more or less on the same page over here. You wish
I'll be
to
really
speak? Oh, 1 minute?
Yeah, under a minute.
Under a minute. Perfect.
Just a few things that haven't been mentioned about this particular area is we've had citizen scientists out there looking for species at risk. They've identified a number of them, including I think a dozen black ash in that area, which is a protected species, I believe, in the province. Because of the wildfire that we had out in West Dalhousie, there's actually an excess of wood available, of fiber available right now for the mills. So I think it's fine with us saying pause, because they actually literally have enough to keep them going for a little while. And then I just wanted to point out one thing on page 66 of our agenda today. In section in our strategic plan on 5.5, it mentions in the very last line of that particular, on that page, advocating more for protection of our old forests and develop policies that reduce or eliminate unnecessary or negative impacts for our environment. So it's literally right in our strategic plan. So,
Yeah.
was that a minute?
There's more, but
Sorry.
you're safe.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Hare.
And to be as quick as I can, as far as there being an excess of wood, I will say is that I don't see, there's never an excess of wood around. And that in a burn zone, that wood was only gonna be good up until right around now, and anything that's left is not gonna be suitable for use, is what was said at the Crown Committee. It was approximately right about now is when the cutoff was gonna be for when the wood is marketable. And just lastly, again, all for learning for more information, all for going above the letter, but we do need to hear from all the parties. I like the comments on bringing all parties to the table, those who have concerns, DNR, as well as West Ward. But I do believe we shouldn't limit this to some small meeting with not everybody. If we are going to make the county's stance as a whole, if we're gonna make a stance as a county, as a whole, in whole, I do believe the information needs to be firsthand to the councilors and not secondhand through reports and watered down information. It needs to be firsthand information. I know that makes it very busy for us, but if we're gonna make our stance on something, an issue that is so economical to the county, it could have quite the side effects in both directions, firsthand information. And again, we need the meat and potatoes of our economy. Tourism and recreation is great. There was over 200 mills in the province, notable size mills in the province a few decades ago. The people I talk to in the industry now say we're down to 9. So though we use a lot of the wood in the province ourselves, 95%, I'm sure it's right around that, we should be an exporter because we import a lot into this province. If we import stuff that we can't build, make ourselves here in the province, we need to be able to export something. We need to be more than a have-not, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. May I make an amendment to my motion?
You certainly can. Do you want it to be read over, or?
I think I'd like,
Okay, we'll just listen.
I'd like to add to, so at the beginning, it'll say that the municipality send a letter to invite DNR and the Minister of Natural Resources, as well as local MLAs, to meet with council and senior staff. And then I believe the next part should be to provide information on the proposed harvest.
You have it wrote down?
Yep.
Can I have that? After you read it.
On the proposed harvest and timelines.
So how much of the amendment is there? That's what's my concern.
I don't see what's wrong with
It's a whole totally different thing. Okay, instead of amending, Counselor?
You want me to withdraw it?
Yes, could you please do
Yes,
that?
I'll withdraw my motion, please.
Okay, and the seconder, okay, it's fine with that, so that motion is gone.
Yep.
Now the counselor is going to
Make a new
obviously
motion.
make a new motion.
Want me to read it all out?
Yes, please.
Okay. That the municipality write a letter to invite DNR and the Minister of Natural Resources, as well as local MLAs,
Yep.
to meet with council and senior staff to provide information on the proposed harvest at Mickey Hill, as well as timelines.
Okay. What we'll do is, you will read the motion again to make sure that, Counselor Counselor Harding approves of the motion
To write a letter to invite DNR, the Minister of Natural Resources, and local MLAs to meet with council and senior staff to provide information on the proposed harvest at Mickey Hill as well as timelines.
A seconder? Councillor Hare.
Can I chime in?
Huh? You can chime in, yes.
Thank you. So I just wanted to mention that, you know, and again, I agree with your direction, and of course, take your direction. If you're inviting them to meet with all of council, then it is an open council meeting, so you just have to be aware of that. And the chances of them all coming is, you probably reduce that. Just putting that out there. So if you say you want them to come meet with council, it will be an open session, and the discussion will not likely be as frank as if it was a group of council to meet with them in a private meeting.
Okay. Comments, questions? Yes.
Comments.
Mhm.
I totally agree. Thank you, Warden, with the CEO and what he has just mentioned there, as well as it does not speak clearly to the full group of stakeholders. So I would not want us to miss that by, you know, as it's read, council and senior staff. We need to perhaps look at it being a much more narrow group and not a, you know, the council session, as the CEOs had said, and as well include the Mi'kmaq people and any other stakeholders like we had spoke about with West 4 and such, right? So the stakeholder is bigger than just, right, council and senior
Okay.
staff.
Do you have, okay, you don't have an amendment, okay?
I have no issue, I guess either way, but I want to clarify, I have no issue with it being an open meeting with all the council. We're representatives of the residents of the county. Now, on the other side, their stakeholders are utilizing property or provincial tax dollars. So all the stakeholders are agents of either municipal rev tax dollars or provincial tax dollars. So I believe, my personal belief is open meeting, because you should be accountable to the residents, because it's their money both ways and it's their way of life. So I appreciate that you might not be as frank, and I see the value of a committee meeting, and maybe coming out of an open meeting, that may be the only way to move forward, is to have a subsequent, but I have no issue with it being left open, because I think all the stakeholders are utilizing public funds, so they should have no problem with it being talked about openly. Just my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hare?
I'm completely fine with the way the motion is read out. I think it should be an open meeting. If they don't want to come to the table and don't want to come to council and present their side of it, whatever side that may be, then we will have to formulate our stance based off of what information is provided to us. They should be willing to come to the table, so I just have it be an open meeting, and I hope interested parties, I hope we can have some sort of meeting where all interested parties can be able to have a word into it, and I hope they show up, but I like it as is.
Okay, any other comments? Councillor Cotw and Councillor Wells.
I do understand the fact is that all the stakeholders in place and all the community members and the residents all have a value of stake in this problem or issue. But I have to agree with the CAO. You see what we got in uranium. We got a online lady that read what was given to her. Couldn't answer some questions because she didn't know. What else did we get? Nothing. We never got, the minister that was responsible never spoke up to her. The MLAs never went to any of the public meetings I went to. They won't come. They won't come and show up if it's a public meeting, as much as you'd think they would, as many meetings as I've gone to, knowing that the public probably didn't care if I was there and didn't want me there, I went. But you won't find that on these big issues. You won't accomplish any more than what you're saying in the letter. Sad, but true.
Okay. We have no amendments, okay? Councillor Wells?
I don't know if this is the right time to mention it, but would it be possible to have the person that created this letter come in and also do a presentation? That doesn't have to be part of the agenda.
Well, we can figure that out after.
We'll figure it out
Yeah.
after.
Okay, any, Councillor Aguilar?
Just a last comment, I tend to agree with Councillor Connell, and I used the cliche earlier, a bigger bang for our buck. I think if we want to drill down, get some action, get the right people in the room that can give us the information that you're requesting in your motion, I think we need to have that, I agree with the CAO as well. And I think those people will come when they're invited to come to meet with staff. Vis-a-vis this open forum. As much as I'd love to see it like this, but I think realistically, I agree with Councilor King.
Councillor?
Can we have that read back to us?
Oh, yes, it was going to be read back. I wasn't going to let it go like that.
Can I make the amendment?
Yes, okay.
To write a letter to invite DNR, the Minister of Natural Resources and local MLAs to meet with council and senior staff to provide information on the proposed harvest at Mickey Hill as well as timelines.
Councillor Carson Sullivan,
Can we,
you wish to amend?
I do believe,
Okay,
so a private meeting, is that how we would,
okay.
if we wanted to do?
So it would go, because we don't have it on paper,
Right.
you're up, Kelly.
Okay, so she just wants to change to write a letter to invite
No,
DNR,
it's not a private meeting.
the Minister of Natural Resources and local MLAs to a private meeting with council.
It would be
No.
senior staff, the
Senior staff.
deputy warden, and the warden. I think it would be
And the
what
That
CAO
was
and the
it.
deputy CAO.
He's senior staff, he's senior staff.
Yeah.
Senior,
So instead of council,
put senior, put
Deputy
CAO,
warden, warden.
Warden, deputy warden, and
so deputy warden, CAO,
and senior staff.
And stakeholders.
Yes, just-
senior staff. So to invite, instead of DNR, the Minister of Natural Resources and local MLAs, you want to invite stakeholders?
No, that's
No, I think
Daisy.
I just wanna stay with the,
You just wanted to amend what you
DNR.
did.
yeah,
Okay,
senior staff.
okay.
I'll
All
second
right,
that.
so, oh, okay.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Harding. You ready? Now, read the amendment for me, please, just the amendment part,
Okay, to amend the motion
to include, to read,
to meet with the warden, deputy warden, CAO, and senior staff, instead of council and senior staff.
okay. We're voting on the amendment. Yes, Councillor
The
Aguilar?
reason the motion states the wording, the verbiage, local MLAs, would it be appropriate to mention that it should be MLA Olby and Halls specifically? Because that's who you're inviting, that's who we want to see here.
Yes.
I don't know, is that a moot
It's
point?
not, it's not, you don't really need to put their names in, do you? No, no,
Okay,
it's,
thank you,
it's
because
good.
I just was looking for clarification.
Okay, so we're voting on the amendment that was just presented. You're gonna sneak right in there, aren't you?
And very
Councillor Hare? Okay,
Just with this amendment, it is taking council out of the entirety of it, and it is limiting individual councilors from being able to respond and ask questions individually to DNR and so on and so forth. I think it is limiting, and if we at one point have to make a motion to make a stance on this issue, if there's not enough first-hand information, I will not be able to provide any support.
thank you. Councillor Oxner?
I think our representatives and the warden, deputy warden, and senior staff have a great understanding of what the concerns are. And, well, maybe if there's more, we can submit by email to the CAO what we would like questioned or addressed.
Thank you for that, because I was gonna suggest that. You can always send us email to specify certain things.
Response is hard that way.
Appropriate. Anybody else?
Was there a
On the
second?
amendment,
Yeah.
all in favor of the amendment signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no.
No.
Okay? Motion passed. Okay, now on the full motion, which Madam Kelly will read.
So now the motion will read, to write a letter to invite DNR, the Minister of Natural Resources, and local MLAs to meet with the warden, deputy warden, CAO, and senior staff to provide information on the proposed harvest at Mickey Hill as well as timelines.
Everybody get that? All in favor signify by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passed.
I have a question.
Not allowed. You can't either. Sorry, Councilor Connell.
So, because some of us sat in the dark on even what they're proposing, because I don't go to every meeting that's across our county. I represent District 10, and I am busy enough with District 10. I'm glad that the councilors in the area that had a presentation done have got educated on it, but it's a failure for our county to be educated on it. And I think that getting this person or the person that was doing the presentations to come in and do a presentation to council will understand a little bit more on the ups and downs of both directions and what could be good and what could be bad. So, because the outcome from the motion that just passed, when we get a report, and we're still not getting any answers, because that's likely some of it. I understand when new councilors sit at the table, they would like to have all the information to give us, but I can point out more issues across our county that we got nobody in this council chambers to explain why. Because they don't have to. So you can dream and think that in a perfect world, they would stand up and come and put the big boy pants on and stand up there and take the good and the bad, but they won't. So I think that to have a presentation to council, so council understands the picture of what could happen or what is gonna take place or what they're preferring to, would be a bonus for us councilors that don't.
Okay, thank you.
Do we need to make a motion? Sorry.
I think just direction,
Just,
to put on, find a spot on the agenda for maybe next committee of the whole, or,
So if I may, Warden, so I guess, are you suggesting the gentleman that submitted the letter, Council?
is he the one that was
Yes.
doing the local
Who
presentation?
requested that?
Yeah, I would like to get a presentation that the local people got so they know, so we can, all of us are on the same page as knowing what is out there for information.
that should be done really quick.
Yeah, I mean, so certainly we could invite, and that was in the letter that they said that they would come do a presentation. I think to Councilor Hare's point, I mean, there's different perspectives of this issue and every issue, so, you know, you invite one group to come present, you really, to get a good picture, need to invite another group to come present, like possibly West Forward.
That's, we need Westport to come in to be able, because there'd be conflicting information.
Yeah.
But I think we need to be educated on it, that's my point, is that, I think that,
Okay, so we'll leave that with the CAO?
I believe that for just
All right.
a
Mr.
presentation,
CAO,
that would be good.
you're up for that one. Okay. Very good debate, correspondence on that, on this correspondence, so we will,
We got a long day.
we'll just move on. And we are now at the 6.2 letter from Annapolis County Ground Search and no, I'm not. Oh, poor Meg. Yes, everybody stops. We'll recess from this. We'll have our presentation. Sorry about that. Meg, could you please come up and give us a presentation on transit? I was involved. I didn't look at the time. I knew somebody would yell at me at one point. It's okay. I know how it goes. Yes.
Yes.
It goes from there. You're all good.
The eagle.
Yes.
Or the owl.
The owl is ready.
Perfect. Hello, everyone. I am Meg Hodges. I am the general manager of the newly named Tidal Transit, formerly King's Transit, and I'm here to just give you an update about everything that we've got going on. And one of my favorite party tricks is trying to read the minds of people who have thoughts and opinions and questions about transit. And usually some of my first, if I were to do like the Karnak read the envelope situation, why is the bus always late? Why doesn't the bus come to my community? Why don't I have service? I don't know how to get on the bus, it's very confusing. I would assume, because those are the questions that I get asked all the time, and that I was asked all the time when I was on council, that these are also the questions that you get asked, and they're very reasonable, and they are deserving of answers, and so I'm gonna go through that with you today, and I'm working on it every day with my team to try to solve those problems. So, who am I? I am Meg Hodges. I am a former county councillor with the County of Kings. I served from 2016 to 2020, so I've sat through many committee of the whole, and this was a lovely debate. And I think it's just really nice to hear such passion about environmental protection, and I think it's really commendable what you've gone through in the last hour and what you will likely go through with the rest of your agenda and the rest of your term. So, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I was not as strong as you, and I did not re-offer in 2020. So my dreams when I ran for council was to work on public transit, and so I was on the board of King's Transit at the time. And in my time on King's Transit, all of the same questions and problems that I have just said here continue to plague the organization almost 10 years later. And I think there's a mixture of all of the big changes that needed to come this year with the change in ownership structure. So all of the municipalities that now own Tidal Transit should be very proud of themselves for the dedication and negotiation and rebuilding that it took to get the organization into a stronger place with a single group of owners. But we went through quite a lot of general managers over the time. There's about 10 general managers in the last 10 years. So with that constant turnover in the leadership space, it's just been very difficult to get any consistent changes done. And it's been very survival based over at the organization. So keep the buses running, keep the routes running, try your very best, and do it again tomorrow. So we're trying to go above and beyond that mentality, but it does take time stabilizing the fleet, stabilizing the team, and having that shared sense of this is where we want to go together. So I will just kind of briefly go over my municipal experience. I was the manager of public engagement and partnerships at AREA, which is the Alternative Resource Energy Authority. That is the renewable energy company that Berwick, Mahone Bay, and Antigonish own. They have the wind farms in Ellershouse and all of the big solar projects that went into their towns. I've worked with the Campbell business community, and now I am here, and I hope to be buried in a bus, because I love transit. We are formerly King's Transit. We were founded in 1978 as a pilot project between the towns of Wolfville and Kentville. There was coverage in the village of Minus at that time as well, but the organizers and the volunteers that ran that in the start noticed very quickly that it was beyond what they could handle on their own. And so in 1981, they lobbied the province and the municipalities to take ownership, and it became a municipal corporation in 1981. We've been growing in a piecemeal fashion for almost 50 years, so it's always kind of ended up that way. all right, we go from Wolfville to Kentville, but now some people want a ride to Colebrook. Okay, we'll go to Colebrook. Now some people want to go to Berwick. Okay, we'll go to Berwick. Okay, now, but some people want to go to Brooklyn out in Woodland, Windsor. Okay, we'll go there too. And then Greenwood, and then Annapolis, and then Digby. And so over all this time, we've attracted lots of partnerships, but we haven't necessarily always updated how we run that service. So in 1999, a service agreement, intermunicipal service agreement was formed between the towns of Wolfville, Kentville, Berwick, and the County of Kings to have the core ownership of Kings Transit. And in around 2004, Annapolis County and Digby County became service partners of Kings Transit. So instead of having one sole company, we basically operated as 3 separate companies. Each of the municipalities for Annapolis and Digby owned their buses. And so what became very challenging for us was that the Annapolis County buses were never to leave Annapolis County. And the Digby County buses were never to leave Digby. And none of the fleet could mix, which was very difficult for maintenance. It was very difficult for breakdowns. It was very difficult for planning routes or having any kind of capacity that could cover or provide any type of support across all of the systems. It also meant that our accounting was very, very challenging. We had to separate and cost everything based on each of all of the municipal units, the core partners being over in the east, and then Annapolis and Digby all having their own separate set of books, separate sets of audits, separate vehicles, separate assets. It was very challenging. And so in June 2025, the new ownership structure was agreed to, and you were all part of making that history come to bear. And now we are a single company owned by all of these municipal units, Kings County, Annapolis County, Digby County, and the towns of Berwick, Kentville, Middleton, and Wolfville. So, where do we serve? This is a general map of all of our routes here. So you'll see this is Route 5, Route 4, Route 3, and Routes 1 and 2 are in here. Something that's very unique to us is how long and straight our service is. We serve the valley floor, and so there are very few escape routes, as I like to call them. If there is construction, if there is an accident, if there is a detour in any way, shape, or form, there are very few opportunities for us to bypass them ever. And so delays and compounds and just general overall late schedules become very normal for us. It's not uncommon for, by the end of the day, most of our buses to be 45 minutes to an hour behind schedule, simply because of compounding issues across the entire system. Because this bus, when it leaves in the morning, needs to meet this bus here in Cornwallis. And then if they need to transfer passengers, they take them to the next spot. So again, this is happening in Annapolis, this is happening in the core, and so every time these buses need to meet, if they don't make their connection, passengers don't get to transfer, which makes passengers upset, rightfully so. So we have to hold buses until passengers can move along successfully in the row. That is a big problem. That is something that is solvable, and that is something that we are working on for this summer to launch a new schedule that adjusts to that. So currently our depot is in New Minas. We are down on Crescent Avenue near the Public Works Building. If you ever want to come and have a little tour of our former car dealership turned transit depot, I'd happily invite you. We do have some provincial and federal funding to renovate some of this space. It's quite an energy pig, as I would gently call it. But it is our mighty home, and we have 5 mechanics. I'll go back here. We have 5 full-time mechanics, we have 8 administrative staff, and we have about 30 bus drivers. So our team is, depending on how you look at it, large and in charge, or small and mighty. I would call it small and mighty. So what are we working on right now? Our new name and logo, clearly, we're titled Transit, and I'm hoping that tomorrow after our board meeting, we will have a new logo, and we will be able to launch more public information about that. We're working on new buses, as most of our buses, not unlike most of North America, are very, very old and very, very tired. So the average life for a public transit vehicle in the industry should be about 12 years or 800,000 kilometers. We have buses in our fleet that are over 20 years old with well over 1.5 million, nearing 2 million kilometers. So they are workhorses, they've been trying their darndest, but a lot of them were given to us from Halifax when they retired them, and were supposed to be one-year Band-Aids in 2019, and they're still on the road. So we are very creative. We're working on new bus stop signage and new shelters. We have $1 million from the federal government to do rural transit infrastructure projects, so that will be a major focus for us in the next year and a bit. Accessibility and communications, improved bus tracking app, and our redesigned schedule. So our new name and logo, as I said, we're titled Transit. I'm hoping by tomorrow we'll be able to share a new logo with everyone. This has not been a hugely publicized name change yet until we have the logo and we have the website updated and we can update our social media platforms. It has been mentioned in the news. It is public in our board meetings, but it hasn't been a big splashy, hey, this is our new name and this is all of the great stuff we're up to. So our social media platforms will be updated in coming weeks as well as our website after that gets done. We've been working on making our social media more friendly because at this moment, this is one of the only ways that people can interact with us, which I would argue is a very inefficient way for people to engage with us and find information about the bus. We constantly fight the algorithm. We're not important enough in terms of like big companies that would drive any information to the top of anyone's feed. So unless you subscribe to us specifically, it's not always very fast that you would get our information. We do post all of this on our website as well, which has recently been upgraded and renovated by me on my spare time. But this is us trying to have a more friendly, a more engaging, and a more accessible face than what we've had before. This was something that was a bit of a point of contention when I was on the board because media is segmented in all kinds of ways, and most of our information was only shared on Twitter. And if you were to look at the demographics of how people interact and work on different social media platforms, Twitter is dominated mainly by men in business. Pinterest is younger, or Pinterest and Instagram might be like younger women. Snapchat and Facebook, well, Facebook more for like an older crowd, and so you can segment and you can break up who's using what platforms. And when we weren't spreading the love across a lot of platforms, we weren't necessarily talking to a lot of people. And last year, if you were to look at our social media presence before I came in and kind of cleaned it up, it was just like 6 years worth of the bus is canceled, the bus is canceled, don't get on the bus is canceled, the bus is canceled, the bus is canceled. Years and years and years and years of those kinds of posts. And so if you didn't know how to ride transit, if you'd never been on our bus before, if you were trying to learn about the service and you went onto our Facebook page and you just saw red font, yellow backgrounds, scary, 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 the bus is canceled, you're gonna lose your grandmother, don't put your kids on these buses, you wouldn't go. And so we're hoping that having a friendlier face, some friendlier colors, some cleaner interaction, it will be demystifying as to how we get on the bus, how we ride the bus, and we've had a lot of really positive feedback from this. We've also tried to be more accessible, so in terms of plain language and identification and visual aids for readers, people who may not be able to see but have a text-to-speak function. When texts are in the pictures, text to readers can't pick that up. So if you have an app that reads to you and all of the information of your post is in a picture, that reader can't read it to you and can't tell you what the information is based on what's happening in the image. So you need to have the text in the body of the post, which we weren't doing before either. So people that had visual impairment or needed that voice-to-text support couldn't get that previously, but they can now. So we've tried to really cater and build this around being more accessible. Really exciting are our new buses. So up until December this year, we were slated to purchase electric buses. And the more we learned about electric buses, the more we knew they weren't right for us. We have very, very long routes, and our routes are very, very rural. And we struggle to buy new buses as it is, as some of our buses are 20 years old. The lifespan on the batteries for these battery buses are about 6 or 7 years. And so finding the funds to even just replace our diesels has been really challenging, so having the funds to have to double the size of our fleet basically, and for technology that wouldn't last so long, it did not seem like the right technology for our space. A electric bus has a charge range of about 250 kilometers per charge. Our shortest route is 550 kilometers. So we would need at least 2 buses to replace a diesel bus, and then multiply that across the system. It's very, very expensive, and it's very, very challenging to actually implement. So, very thankfully, the federal government and the provincial government heard our cries and approved us switching to hybrid electric buses. And so an RFP is currently out in the market for hybrid electric buses to be bid on, and we have companies that have been reaching out with questions, so we're really excited about what's coming in that space. They both also happen to be Canadian manufacturers, which is a dream come true. And we're very hopeful that we will see those awarded sometime in June, and then it will be still about 12 to 18 months before they are fully manufactured and delivered to us. So we still have some survival to get through with our old buses before we get our new hybrid buses. But we have 7 of them that we're hoping to get, and I'm very hopeful that in June we'll be able to announce who the company is and how long it'll take for them to arrive. And again, the hybrid buses are very cool. They do not require any plug-ins at all, so they have a rechargeable regenerative battery on themselves, and so braking in the system will recharge the battery as they go. And they can also be governed in some really cool ways. So we can geolocate and geofence them where they only operate on an electric battery in highly populated areas. So in downtown cores, throughout residential neighborhoods, if you don't want that loud diesel whirring, you can shut it off and the battery will just kick in and then operate that way. So that's something that we're really excited about. And it can also govern the speed. So we can say, listen, this is a school zone, the bus will never go over 30. And we can control that at the programming level, so it's not even a bus operator's decision or option. It's just going and it's doing the right thing that way. And again, I did speak about our current old fleet. Some of the hope that we do have right now is that we were able to find 5 used buses out of Ontario last summer. They have stainless steel frames, which is great because then they don't rust and you can basically rebuild them over and over and over. A lot of the buses that we have right now don't have stainless steel frames, and so they're literally rotting out from the inside, and they won't make it much longer. And so we will have a couple buses retiring in the next month or so, and the hope is to get these buses up and running so that we can keep them replaced and keep them going. The problem that we find ourselves in is that typically if our fleet is doing well, we have 13 buses. And so there should be 7 buses on the road every day for our service to operate, but that leaves us about 5 or 6 that are in for routine maintenance, in for tire changes, in to get the bike racks on, going through a major reconstruction, be it some welding repairs or a transmission job. And if we don't have any spare buses, then we can't pull vehicles off the road to do preventative maintenance, let alone regular maintenance. And so when our fleet is doing well, we have 13 buses, so we can stay on top of that preventative maintenance. Right now, we have about 9. And so we're really lacking in the spare capacity that we need, which is why getting these refurbished used buses on the road is a really big deal for us until the new hybrids arrive. It's also one of the reasons why we took one of our buses off the road this fall. In September, we usually have 4, I call it 4 in the core, and we had to go down to 3 in the core because we didn't have the spare ratio to keep up with breakdowns with what was happening out on the system. So in last summer and last fall, you would have noticed in our social medias that we were having 2 to 4 breakdowns a week, and the buses were having to stop, and we were having to swap them out, and people were getting very frustrated, and the system was kind of falling in on itself. And to try to prevent that from happening and to slow down the amount of breakdowns, that's why that 4th bus was taken off the road in the core. It has impacted our ridership a little bit, but it has also stabilized our system significantly, and we're very hopeful that by August we'll be able to have all 4 in the core again, just in time to launch our new updated schedule. I could talk about transit all day, so I'll try really fast to not just take up your whole day. One of the other things that we have going on right now is the bus signage and shelters. So it's really funny because I drove through the actual the valley floor of your route this morning as I drove in and realized that I am completely wrong. It's like maybe 10% of your stops have signage on them right now. There are no bus stop signs here, and it's terrible. So we are ordering new bus signs, we are getting those done. The logo is a very important piece of that, and then we can get those guys up and ordered. But as I was driving and I was watching, like I had my phone in the holder and I was watching the bus route as I was pretending to be the bus and driving down the route, I was like, no sign, no sign, no signs. There's no signs. How do you get on the bus here? I wouldn't know how to get on the bus here. Wave it down, right? But we don't even put down like, hey, you can wave to us signs too often. So clearly there's an accessibility and an education campaign that we need to do down in Annapolis County to get it to be a more accessible system. But I would also say that that highly reflects the past struggle of the ownership that was happening up until this year, where Annapolis County was a separate company, where we ran the buses, but we didn't really run any of the infrastructure down here. So now we do that, and it is ours, and we are working on it, and so I'm really excited to make it more accessible for people in your communities, so they can understand where to get on the bus, how to get on the bus, and feel like it is something that is valuable and meaningful to them and their communities. Shelters, we have about $1 million. That should get us about 25 shelters and about 1,000 bus stop signs and maybe about 25 benches. And so staff are currently evaluating spots that shelters should be put in. And it's great that we have anecdotal data from our drivers, but we don't have like stop specific counts because we don't have stop specific counters, which is part of the new technology that we will be getting on hybrid buses. But we do have really accurate counts of what the drivers are dealing with every day. We have wonderful full-time drivers that know their passengers very well and know that they might actually want to get out 200 meters past the actual bus stop sign, and so they'll make those accommodations for them, and it's really lovely to watch. This summer, we're going to open a heated transfer station in Cornwallis Park. So currently, 2 buses meet there, the Adobe bus and the Cornwallis bus, but they're doing that on the side of the road with no sidewalks, with no washroom, with nowhere for passengers to safely wait, with nowhere for the drivers to use the washroom or have any type of a break. And it is a very real occupational health and safety hazard, but it's also a very real hazard for passengers. And so we're very excited to be going into a 60-month lease with the Sunset Tides development team. They've identified their former post office for the military base as our new home, and they're installing currently 2 accessible washrooms. They will take care of the security, opening and locking the building. They'll do all of the cleaning, all of the maintenance, all of the support that goes into that space. Our drivers will just be able to go in and use washroom and have a snack and then walk out the door. They don't have to worry about emptying garbage cans or trimming weeds or weeding gardens or scrubbing toilets. This is a piece of infrastructure that we're partnering with that community with, and it's very exciting to be able to do that. It's taken about 2 or 3 years to even find a location and a group that would be willing to work with us on this, and so we're very grateful to have that partnership. Again, accessibility and communications, we talked about the online communications, but we're also doing automated voice announcements, or AVA. So if you were in a big city, you would come up to, now approaching Scotia Square, you're in Halifax, welcome to Scotia Square. Now approaching Halifax Shopping Center, wherever you're going, it's going to tell you where it is, and so we are going to start implementing that. It should have happened quite a few years ago, but it just didn't with all of the, we need to just survive and keep buses on the road. So this will be part of our very accessible future. We have partnered with the Annapolis Valley Regional Library to put free period products on all of the buses and in our depot, so people can access whatever they need on the buses. There are tampons and pads at the back entrance that people can just grab as they need, and the library supplies us with everything. So that's been a really nice community piece. We also have free Wi-Fi on the vehicles, so people can use their phones or their tablets or whatever to watch and stream things or work, whatever they need to do when they're on the bus. And we also sell digital passes on the Hotspot parking app. And last month we removed ticket sales from our drivers on the bus and encouraged people to start buying tickets digitally. And we've seen a huge swell of ticket sales on the app. And a lot of people said they just didn't know that we sold them on there, even though we've been selling them like that since 2019. So So education and communication is clearly something that we need to work on, and that is something that the board is supporting us with very much. Okay, I'll go quick here. So the bus tracking app and digital fares, just talked about Hotspot, but we also have the Translock app. So if you haven't downloaded Translock will show you live tracking of where all the buses are, and it gives you an ETA time of when the bus will arrive to your stop. So if you are working at Sobeys and you wanna make sure that you don't miss your bus, you can look at your phone and see, oh, it's actually 20 minutes late. So you can watch where it is live on the route, and then you can go out to your stop at the right time. It's not my favorite. It could be a lot better. There are technical pieces of that app that are not necessarily user-friendly for us. We can't live update detours. We can't add new stops. We rely on a team of technologists from California to do any of that input work, and they operate 4 hours outside of what we normally do. So stuff can go by, and it's a frustrating system, and I'm looking forward to not working with it anymore. But it works well for what we have and what we need at the moment. New systems that I would like to get into have the ability for people to subscribe to their bus stop. So it will send you a text message that says, hey, your bus is 5 minutes away, make sure you're out to your stop. Or it will say, hey, service is canceled today, there's been a huge snowstorm. Or anything that we need to share with people, we can live change the detours, we can update all of the information, and that I'm hoping will come out in the next year, and we'll be able to update the way that we live track the bus. And then redesigning the schedule, this is I think my last one, and I will leave you with that. But again, we have chronic on-time performance issues because of the way that our system is built. The long straight chain makes it very difficult again to escape from any traffic issues. There's no breaks for drivers right now. They're currently chasing the clock all the time. Passengers are frustrated. It feels like we're not reliable, and it doesn't make for a very positive transit experience. For a transit system to be functional, it needs to be reliable, it needs to be connected, and it needs to be frequent. And at this point, we're none of those things. And so the easiest low-hanging fruit for us is reliability. Show up on time when we say we're gonna show up and get people where they're gonna need to be. So our new schedule will be built so that there are buffers at the end of each of the routes. So a 15-minute buffer, give or take, will allow drivers to be able to pop off the bus, use the washroom, get a snack, do whatever they need to do, but also wait for another bus if that bus is late. And so it kind of acts as a compression buffer all throughout the day. Those 12, 10, 15-minute pauses, if you've had a construction issue that you've come into, a detour that took your time, you'll be able to make that time up throughout the day in these breaks that are embedded that don't exist right now. And so that will be a really big change. It will slightly impact what looks like the amount of trips that we make, but we'll still operate for the same amount of hours. It will just not be delayed and behind schedule and late by the end of the day. We'll hopefully be able to stay on time throughout the entire day and provide everybody with the service that they're looking for. And with that, knowing you have a very full agenda ahead of you, and I could talk about this all day, I'll leave it at that. Are there any questions?
I know you're gonna have some questions and comments. So we'll start with Councillor Longmire, Councillor Cotw, Councillor Welsh. I thought I found another hand. Good. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hodges, for this amazing presentation and adding some clarity to some of the questions that as I had read through. Just a few points that I wanted to mention that I didn't hear today around safety. Are there cameras on the buses that are known?
Yes.
Yes.
There are about 5 or 6 cameras per bus, and they live stream.
Okay.
So we can watch them in the depot if there's an issue.
Great.
And that's pretty new for us. Since the fall, we've been able to do that.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
You've answered the thing about the issue around signage. Thank you for that. So important. You know, some of our sides of our roads are overgrown and difficult to navigate for walkers, let alone for buses coming and trying to find those who are waiting to board a bus. What age child, what age can travel without an attendant or parent?
That's actually a really poignant question because there are no rules about that across most systems.
Okay.
So we often look to Halifax Transit for what they're doing, and They don't have a minimum age, which I think is a little bit bonkers, but we feel comfortable with 10 to 12 can travel alone. It's a pretty, I mean, it would be the most safe way to travel. We have the cameras on board. The bus drivers are very attentive. We would know everywhere, that everything they did and everywhere they went, because they would be kind of in that community. But yeah, we don't have a minimum age. Yeah.
Around trained CPR and AED, and are there AEDs on the buses?
There are, that's a good question. I don't know if we have AEDs on the buses. I know we have naloxone on kids. But I will find out about the AEDs. I think we probably do. There's a whole first aid kit behind the driver.
It'd be great to know.
Yeah, for sure.
As well, Ms. Hodges, the naloxone kits, how many kits do they keep on each bus?
2.
Thank you. Thank you for this.
My pleasure.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Cotw.
Well, I don't want to tell my age, but
You're not 12.
I've been here when the transit started. And you're absolutely correct. It was a hard decision. Sometimes it was a hard sell to our residents because of the way the formula worked. Every resident, no matter if you lived in Springfield or Oak Trunk 8, your taxes was going toward transit, which you would never ever see unless you ran into the bus on your way going somewhere. So at the beginning, it was a very hard sell. There's reasons why we didn't want to be full partners at the time, and times have changed, and so it definitely looks like it's a better supported project by us being a partner. Some of the issues we've had is exactly the same issues that you talked about. When you get a new general manager every year with a new mindset, and some of them not wanting to listen, because some of them come to this council chambers and told us we knew nothing, that we were all gonna go electric buses, and I had spent time in Banff. And I went right up to the electric bus driver, which was a driver that lived in Halifax and went to Banff every year to drive the bus. And he explained very well that the bus would not work in rural communities because they had issues with them just doing the Banff runs from the town to the gondola. But when you get experts coming to council trying to shove something down the throat thinking we know nothing, it causes conflict. And I think that's some of the biggest reasons we had the issues with the transit. We didn't support it as much as probably being our own owners as we should have with signage, and because anybody that put up bus stops pretty well had to pay for them themselves or raise money for themselves. I was to a village meeting in Lawrencetown last night, and they're still on the mindset they would like to have a new bus shelter somewhere around the fire hall, because there is a bench there out in the beautiful nature, and there's a lot of activity on that end of town. They have one on the other end of town, which the Lions Club's paid for. But they're trying to raise money and try to find money to build a new one down by the fire hall, because the exhibition's there, the community college is there, low-income housing is there, and I quite often see quite a few people around the fire hall waiting for the bus. So if there's funding that even could help the village, it would be nice for you to contact them and give them some promising things.
Well, do I have good news for them?
But also, now the new formula doesn't take in the people in our county that really are gonna be hundreds of years before they ever see transit. The new formula deals with the core center of the valley, which you guys represent and we're a part of, and very happy to be a part of. Transit is expensive. We were told that from the time of being just a purchaser of service. Very seldom transits ever pay for themselves. But there's some things in life you've got to help the needy to get, and that is allowing them the opportunity to get to doctor's appointments, allowing them to get to their where they wanna go. So it's a good thing for the communities. I'm glad to see that Cornwallis is stepping up the plate and giving help to the system, because I think that'll be a big help. I definitely hear your enthusiasm and seeing your mindset on how to do things safer. When a bus driver doesn't have the opportunity to get off the bus to use the bathroom, I have friends that are school bus drivers, and I can tell you right now, they're pulling off the side of the road when they got no kids on, using the bathroom. Because where do they get off and use the bathroom? You know, but that's the issue is that people don't think of those outside the box things, that everyone's human. And there's things that have to be in place to help those humans survive and have a good job. And that's part of it, is not being crammed in that they haven't got that 15-minute window that they can not have to drive a little faster than they should, or speed through school zones and stuff like that. I definitely am very happy that the federal government, because they didn't even want to listen to us when it came to electric buses. It was again upper government dictating that, no, we're no electric buses, and that's the only way you're gonna get this funding. So they're tying your hands together saying, well, if you don't wanna buy electric buses, we're not giving you the money. Well, it was a stupid acquisition right off the start. I mean, they didn't look in to see if it would work. They didn't look in to see what the length of how they would work. And that was the issue we had at council at the time, is that we were having things shoved down our throat about all these new electric chargers were gonna have to be built all along our highways, and the counties were gonna be responsible for that. No, we had to put up a brand new bus to shelter our buses indoors, and like, it was driving us crazy and our residents crazy with the cost value and the maintenance value. So I'm very glad that they came to their senses and redirected the money so it's sensible for the rural communities. So, no, very good presentation, and I hope you're there more in a year. And because that has been the big factor. I know businesses that go through management get frustrated, but it's your people you represent and get just as frustrated. Because every time somebody new comes in, they got their own direction. So, good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Councillor, he's left. Anybody else?
Right here.
Okay, Councillor Hagenbauer.
I'll be brief. So Meg, I'm gonna call you, I feel your passions, I see your passions, you're now the bus lady to me. So, all we can do. Anyway, so we talked a month or two ago, so there's a transfer station in Bridgetown, there was 2 buses meeting when they started every day, and we had an issue. And we talked about having a porta potty there, and I'm glad to see what's happening in Cornwallis. That's very extremely important, because that's another major transfer place, of course. So are there other areas like in Bridgetown where there's just a shelter, like a fiberglass shelter, that require that porta potty? Like, not just for the drivers, but also for because to be honest with you, we had a driver, and I won't mention any names, that lived on our street, our little side street in Bridgetown. And every once in a while, I see the big, beautiful bus going by my kitchen window, and he was going to his house, and going like a bat out of hell, because he had to go, and he didn't want to, so that's an issue that I have. So my question is, are there other ones like that in Bridgetown that you're addressing with even a simple porta potty?
So what I didn't mention in my presentation is that there's also funding in that $1 million pot for shelters and bus signs for a heated shelter, and I do intend to put one in Bridgetown, so that it's not heated all the time, but it's a glass shelter that basically has an HVAC system on the top of it, so that when passengers go inside, they press a button and it just power heats the space for 5 minutes. And so they can keep pushing the button, but they don't keep running the electricity. So it has like a solar panel or some kind of connectivity, and then it heats itself that way. I know that there has been a porta potty near the post office in some years, and I don't think it's ever been administered by us, but I can look into that.
It's out in Bridgetown.
In Bridgetown.
Yeah, but that's a little distance from where that bus stop is, and if you're in porta potty, you gotta miss your bus.
Exactly,
Right.
yeah. There's some changes I think that need to happen in Bridgetown entirely, and even just in the western side altogether, for where we store buses and how we store
Right.
buses and where we start our routes. But we'll definitely look into, we have been looking into a better porta potty situation in Bridgetown. We do have one at our shelter, like in our depot lot with the works department, but we don't necessarily have one downtown, because we just don't have staff to maintain and care
That's
for
the
those
issue,
things.
isn't it?
Yeah, so, well, it's part of our plan.
Thank you.
Councillor Welch?
Thanks for the presentation, Meg. I feel like we're in very competent hands right now. My question, I see we have a new schedule for 2026, but I'm wondering if there's going to be any reviews down the road for potentially new routes or feeder arteries or anything from underserviced areas.
So those are my favorite things to talk about and think about. Yes, I want them very much. I would do them tomorrow if I had the money for it. But the situation that we find ourselves in is we just need to stabilize first. And so once we get the new buses on the road, once we have a more stable fleet, part of what I would like to explore is actually finalizing a strategic plan and actually starting to identify microtransit and feeder routes and express buses on the highway and more support from the provincial government to actually operate the system, because right now it's entirely on the hands of the municipalities to pay for all the operational costs. And so if we ever want to expand or we ever want to do more, that's immediately operations costs on driver salaries, insurance, fuel, all of the stuff that you all pay for every year. You never get any support on that. And so if there's any growth in that space, it's going to cost more, and so we need more support in that room. But I definitely think, for us to have a better system, we should have express highway buses. We should have straight buses on the corridor with smaller feeder routes that come into them. So in my 5 to 10 year plan, that's where I want to take us. But recognizing it took us 10 to 16 years to get us into the trouble that we're in, and it's going to take us time to get out of it. But I think if we could have more collaborative relationships with our point-to-point providers, with like Kings Point to Point or Transport to Clare or Tri-County Transportation, there's already the assets in all of these fleets. We just don't work together. And so there surely has to be some ways that we could be a little bit more creative for how we work together. But when Kings Transit, Tidal Transit, and Kings Transit has a reputation of never getting you anywhere and being unreliable and not something you want to care about, but Tidal Transit is this amazing system that gets you where you want to go, and it's frequent and reliable and all of the great things. That's how we start building those relationships, and we start attracting different kinds of partnerships. And, I see student youth passes in our future. I see all kinds of great things, but we can't attract all of those awesome things with awesome partners when we are kind of like a bowl of vinegar. We need to be like a bowl of honey, and they have to want to come and work with us. So that's what I'm working on, is just getting us stable, getting us strong, having us be the attractive partner, and then we start moving and growing into the next directions.
I have one more question. Your new buses.
Yep.
I think the biggest negative thing we get in our county is to see a great big bus carrying 2 people.
Yep.
That's why the county went to smaller buses. But at the time, our county knew that the small buses were cheaper built, not dedicated to a bus route for 25 years, in which I still see the same little buses going. It was never planned for that. But again, you got caught in the hole that you had to keep them and use them. So I'm kind of hoping that when you say you got new buses coming, that you're thinking about sizes too, because that is both the most negative thing I've heard about our transit the whole time I've been here, is that when someone sees the bus go by, there's only 4 or 5 people on it, and you're running a full bus, even though I've been in the industry since I've been 19, heavy equipment and trucking industry. Those big ones are built heavier and tougher, they last longer, but you know what? It's the visual. It's the visual that gets the disappointment of support. So I just want you to be aware of that.
Totally, and that comes with peak, right? Like our our electrical grid is built for peak, it's overbuilt, but people don't know what that looks like because it only matters on peak draw days. And transit, you only see peak use in the morning or in the evening, and so on the rest of the day, it feels slack because everybody's already where they need to be. And so you get that, well, there's only 2 or 3 people on the bus, and it's, why is nobody on the bus? Well, they already got where they're gonna go for the day, and then at the peak hours, they're full, people are standing and we can't get enough people on those buses. And so having the routes redesigned to reflect faster express transit, to reflect more micro community needs, will build that capacity for the buses to be appropriately sized across the system. But the unfortunate thing I'm stuck with is a bunch of bomb-proof 40-foot buses for now.
Well, I have to say thank you very much for our new councillors. They have gotten the history of the transit, and we are looking to the future of the transit. And thank you for your enthusiasm and your approach, because it certainly is really a great approach from what I can see, and there's changes that are going to be great changes. So we're at a point that you need to stay, we need to move on. So there it is.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, thank you very much for coming and joining us.
For all these years.
Yes.
Have a great day.
You too, thank you so much. All right. We'll get back to the agenda. We're gonna have to go to page 25. Here we go. So. This correspondence is a letter from the Annapolis County Ground Search and Rescue. Do you have anything for us there, Mr.?
Nope.
I didn't think so, but I just thought maybe I should ask. They're giving us an update on what they have done and the number of hours and everything. Are there any comments, questions? I don't have answers if you have questions, but any comments?
Yeah, mine's a comment. The Ground Search and Rescue have been a very positive group of individuals that have put many large efforts over the years. They went from little old buses that were retired and left in somebody's backyard for years and revamping them to what they have today for equipment, and to me they're a part of our rescue system, though a lot, not any much different than our fire departments. There's a dedicated group that have been with the Ground Search and Rescue for years. We give them very little funding to what they should be given if we really recognized on it how much they do, and it's kind of thing is that you hope you don't have to use them, but you know what, they're there to help, and they help every district on request. So there's not only Annapolis County, they help, and when we have an emergency in Annapolis County, we get Ground Search and Rescue from other districts come in and help. So I just want to give a shout out to their dedication and their hard work and their thanks.
Yes, thank you very much for saying that. And I can tell you from last summer for the wildfire, Search and Rescue Group was very important to their role in the whole situation, so I thank them as well. We'll move along with Councillor Longmire, then Deputy Warden. Is there anybody else? No? Okay.
Thank you, Warden. Again, I just want to shout out to them. They're an amazing group of people who train on a regular basis to be able to be part of the core emergency services that we have in Annapolis County and beyond that. You know, they're out of sight, out of mind until they're called for. And we've seen in this report here several efforts from April to August, you know, last year. And, you know, where would we be without them? Again, I'd like to echo what Councillor Cotw has said. We don't give them enough. That is something that I hope in the future can look a little different. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Next.
No, I just wanted to say a sincere thank you. Like, we had the opportunity, or unfortunate opportunity, I should say, to work closely with them for multiple things in 2025, including the fire. And if it wasn't for the effort that they put in and the responsibility, there could have been serious consequences for human life. The fact that this organization was the ones that went and knocked on the doors to advise people every single coast of the evacuation multiple times to make sure that people were aware and that people got out. And they went above and beyond, and they worked very closely with our by law enforcement personnel. And I believe they even, chased chickens and roosters and all types of stuff. But it's interesting to note in their letter that in 2025 they had 11,408 hours that just that organization did. That's phenomenal. And they don't ask for much. And I was pleased that the provincial government stood up with each division from RCMP and transferred the ownership of the command post vehicle they had to be their new command post for search and rescue. That was a big step, and like Councillor Connell said, I still remember when they had the school bus, and it was in this barn in Clarence Road. I don't even know how it fit in that barn, to be honest, but they've come a long ways, and I'm very thankful for this group.
Great. Thank you. Yes, please do.
Thank you. So I just wanted to let you know that we will be taking a report to you next month about ground search and rescue and how we fund them, and putting what we think should happen is put an agreement in place with them, which we don't have, but to formalize it so that they do know that funding is there on a regular basis. We found that the way it happens now is it's really not as coded as it probably should be, so that'll be coming to you next month.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Longmire, are you going for the second time?
I am, thank you so
Okay.
much. I just want to emphasize the word volunteer and how important it is. We often see that word, but it goes beyond just showing up. They're training on their off time from their own jobs and their families, and so I want to just emphasize that I am so proud to know that we are surrounded by these excellent members. Thank you.
You're correct. Thank you for that. Okay, so we will move on to page 27. And on page 27, we have a correspondence from Mr. Kaplan. Can I say it properly?
I think so.
Kaplan? Anybody want to correct me? Do it now. Okay, we have correspondence from Mr. Kaplan. Do we have any comments or on this correspondence? Okay, we'll start with Councillor Longmire. Just keep your hands up. Councillor Connell, Councillor Welsh, Councillor Hare, Deputy Warden, any other councillor? Oh, Agenbar, sorry. Councillor Agenbar, and you're up, Councillor Longmire.
Thank you so much, Warden. I would just like to begin by saying thanks to Mark Kaplan for providing this to our package here today. It certainly outlines a snapshot of what a lot of people are experiencing, feeling through this desire for Kelly Cove Limited to expand in the Port Wade area. I want to begin by acknowledging the residents, the fishers, the community members who have taken the time to share their concerns regarding the proposed expansion by Kelly Cove Salmon Limited in Port Wade. I would also like to thank the concerned citizens who have joined us here today, representing the Annapolis Basin Protectors. We understand that the notification letters that were sent out in a very small area, 500 meter radius, which is, I guess, what they typically do, but there remains uncertainty around who may not have received information, whether due to absence, being away on vacation and other, which raises concerns about awareness and inclusion. We are also mindful that the current lease is set to expire sometime in May 2026, adding importance to the timing of discussions and action. The concerns being raised are broad, and it impacts on the local ecology, effects on other fisheries, including lobster, clammers, and for all those who depend on the waters including mussel and dulse harvesters, as well as issues around waste, debris, and noise. I would also like to note that a public meeting will be held April 15th, 6:30 p.m., Lower Granville Hall, where the representative from the Department of Fisheries, Aquaculture, Bruce Hancock, will be on site to present and explain processes. MLA David Bowlby has been great at sending along correspondence and letting us know as well how to submit concerns. While this remains a provincial matter under the authority of the Nova Scotia Agriculture Review Board, our role as a municipality is to advocate for our residents and ensure that their voices are heard. In closing, I emphasize this is about people, livelihoods, and the environment we all share, and our role is to ensure these voices are not lost in the process. Our role is not to decide this matter, but to advocate, and I strongly emphasize the word advocate, to make sure that the lived experiences, the concerns of our community, tourists, and all those who will be affected or have been affected in the past are heard and decisions there made. In doing so, remaining grounded in the understanding that our responsibility is to listen first and to carry forward the voices of those we serve with clarity and respect. So I ask through you, Warden, to the CAO, how can we best support our residents in the process going forward? Thank you.
Thank you. Would you give me that date again, April 15th?
April 15th, tomorrow evening.
6:30?
6:30, yes.
Where
Lower Granville Hall.
Thank you.
Yes.
I just wanted everybody to hear that again.
Thank you.
Okay, our next counselor is, you should know this, Counselor Connell.
Again, as I read this, it kind of gave me a flashback about exactly the same thing with our forestry issue. Here we are again in Annapolis County. We have no input to represent our constituents on how they feel. The pictures alone,
Yep.
to me, if I owned one of those houses, I'd be disgusted. I know the fishery's a big part of our economy, but is there other areas that these fish farms could be adequately put, not to interfere with somebody's cottage or year-round residence, the noise, and to make it to a point, how big do you get? You know, do we start out with a dirt track that just has a race every weekend to a Formula One race in the same community within 20 years? It makes a difference. And I'm sure by enlarging this fishing project is gonna make a difference in that community. And I think that, again, by the time it gets to us, to council, the wheels have already turned. The decisions probably have already been made. Again, we can send a letter and they'll say, thank you for your concern. Have a nice day. But again, we get lost in the shuffle of not being able to stand up for our residents. And that's what I got out of the whole thing, is that the residents in the area have come accommodated to what's there. Is it right or wrong, or is it the right spot, is it the wrong spot? Still don't know for sure. But to enlarge it, to allow more, intensify the area, our residents should have some input. It shouldn't be dictated, again, onto what people have to get told they're gonna have to put up with. And I'm very sorry for the people in that area. I mean, I'd be devastated if I had to look out every day unless I could go out and grab one of the salmon and throw it in the But I saw them in the Digby area of going toward the wharf before and some of the hatcheries there and stuff. But I get so disappointed again that next governor level doesn't really put in a lot of concern about what the municipality thinks. I mean, they didn't send us a letter and say that this company's thinking about asking for a bigger permit, enlarging guys think. We don't get that. We get our residents get wound up because they've been told that they could get larger. So, I mean, I'm glad it's brought to our attention. Has their minds been made up? More than likely have been. Can we do input? We'll do input the best we can for our residents in the area. But, like again, it's just, you know, you try to communicate, keep lines open for all levels of government. But sometimes you see like the lines are only going one direction.
Thank you. Councillor Welch?
Just echo what my previous councillors have already said. I went to the meeting in Port Wade, and I'll be hopefully attending the one tomorrow evening too at the Lower Granville Hall. I'm trying to look at this from a municipal perspective because that's kind of my job. And I also sit on the PAC. And if we were to try and put a corporate feedlot anywhere in a residential area in our county, there's no way I think that would fly. And the fact that something like this can be parked in people's backyards and we have no say in it, that our jurisdiction ends at the water's edge, I think is inappropriate. I think something like this parked in people's backyards is actually completely inappropriate and should probably even be relocated when their lease comes due. I'd like to actually see this completely pulled out of there. But we can't do that from a municipal level. All we can do is speak and advocate for the residents that live there. So that's just my 2 cents on that.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Next is Councillor Bento. Who's next?
Me, I think.
Councillor Hare, yes, okay.
Yeah, and to speak to that a little bit, I did look at the zoning in that area, and all them properties, I believe, are mixed use zone. And so I guess my comments are gonna come around business. Now, while this business might not directly provide a source of municipal tax revenue, if again, we are going to make a stance on something, and whether or not we're gonna be pro-business or the other side of it, we need to be careful on how we make the county's opinions or the county's stance on things known. And I don't want to see us as being seen anti-business. That is one thing I pride myself with in the county is when people come to me from the other side of our county lines, they come to me and say, you guys have it great over here. You're very open to business. You're very open to things. I don't want us to be putting on a big display of limitations and this and that. This is, and while it may not affect us with municipal tax dollars, there's still 2 other levels of government on these grounds, and they are paying provincial and federal tax dollars, and we still get provincial and federal tax dollars in this area. If we have no businesses in our areas, the funding we're going to get from other levels of government are going to be less. I want to keep us open to all forms of business. If it was some other business on land that also run diesel engines, because in that particular area, I doubt there's 3-phase of power. So if the business wanted to start up, they probably would have to run diesel engines on the land. So are we going to start limiting noise-based businesses elsewhere in the county? My stance on this is just keep open to business. I know some people may not like to see a fish farm out in front of them. For me, if I could look out my door and see a farm and see productivity at my doorstep every day, that we are producing something, we are providing something, I'd be thrilled. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Next is Deputy Warden and Councillor Eggenberg.
Thank you. Well, it's been a interesting revolving door conversation so far. And this is I suppose, every single time that we talk about something involving business, no different forestry, it's always a bit of a double-edged sword or a bit of a situation. Now, when it comes to fishery, that's something that I hold close to my heart, being a South Shore boy originally, that, you know, I support the fishery but at the same time, there's a lot of these farms on the South Shore, a lot of these salmon farms. And I've never seen one adjacent to a residential property. And even if you look at the other fish farm that they have over by the ferry terminal, now correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think that there is residential property adjacent to it. I'm pretty sure it's not, it's right beside the ferry terminal. So for this to even be picked as a prime location, it doesn't make sense, but that's not our job, that's not our partnership. You know, I don't want to see any industry affected, but I agree with Councillor Walsh that maybe the point that we need to be pushing is when the lease is up, perhaps it's a better place. Like maybe it can go further down towards Goat Island or somewhere that's more conducive to commercials. Because I don't want to see business go, but I don't want to see, I wouldn't want to see this at my front doorstep. And I grew up in a place that there was a fish plant in front of my house, you know. Like I have no issue with industry, but, you know, this is a bit much in some ways, especially with the possible expansion. And it is an issue for us where we don't get consulted, we don't have, we're not even at the stakeholder level, which is not right. But the province would say the same thing in regards to any federal thing, right? Now, for the comment around it doesn't affect the municipality financially, I agree and disagree that the people that live there pay property tax. And without looking online or whatever, surely the property value potentially has been affected by this. Especially if they had an assessor that came on site versus doing the whole GPS and the satellite and Google thing, seeing what's there. You know, so we are seeing potential loss in revenue from that, but that would just be pennies. I would like to see us do the same type of thing that we're doing for the forestry. If I could put a motion on the floor, I guess. I don't have one prepared yet. But I would like to just copy and paste.
Yes.
Instead of Department of Natural Resources, put in Department of Fisheries.
And
So hold on, are you ready for the motion?
I am ready.
Okay, so, here we, listen,
She's gonna perfect.
she's going to help you out on this one, so.
So to write a letter to invite DNR, the Ministry of Fisheries, and the local MLAs to meet with the warden, deputy warden, CAO, and senior staff to provide information on the proposed, we're gonna change this to expansion of the was it fin?
Finfish.
Finfish
And lease expires.
farm and lease.
License expires.
And so not lease, license. License. Expiry as well as timelines.
Yep.
Would DNR be appropriate or just fisheries?
No, DNR doesn't.
No, it's Department of
Fisheries.
So taking our DNR.
Oh, I didn't,
Okay.
yeah, Department of Fisheries.
And aquaculture, EFA.
And, and what's the other one? EFA? Is that what you said?
Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Okay, yeah.
And the local MLAs. So we're gonna write a letter to invite the Department of Fisheries and Agricultural and local MLAs to meet with the warden, deputy warden, CAO, and senior staff to provide information on the proposed expansion of the Finn Fish Farm and license expiry as well as timelines.
That is a motion that is beautiful.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Good job.
So, yeah, so I like that motion, it's great.
Okay, so you all heard it.
Yeah.
I need a seconder. And look at that. Do you want to pick one? You want to pick one? Councilor Longmire? Okay, now do you have questions or comments on this?
Discussion.
And no discussion? Okay. Oh, you wish to continue? Go ahead, Councilor Aguilar.
I had my discussion speech
All ready?
ready to go before the motion, but it.
Oh, okay.
So basically, just to make it short and sweet, our job as counselors is to make decisions and even if it's just voicing opinions for the welfare of our constituents, and that it also includes business and industry. I completely concur with what my counselors have said as well, and I also concur with the fact that when this license expires, that they should be, it's a big basin out there. Why does it have to be rated somebody's, for lack of a better description, backyard? So we've had issues with those things in the past. So I think this is a very appropriate route to take, and I concur with everything that's been said, and if it was my house, I would be devastated as well. So just wanted to be on the record of saying that.
Okay.
And just to close out, it's not a matter of whether it's anti-business or that discussion. I mean, there needs to be a balance, and we need to support both of those entities. But it needs to be balanced, and I concur with you as well, and Councilor here, but I think there has to be a balance between, we're certainly not anti, I don't consider our county or our council to be anti-business for sure, and I think it's important to have some that as well. So we have responsibility to the owners of the fish farm as well as we do the residents of the area. Thank you for the motion.
Thank you, Councilor. Oh, okay, let's meeting start again. Councilor Longmire, Councilor Cranton, Councilor Hare. We will be in order. Go, Councilor Longmire.
Thank you so much, and I just want to stress that it is not about being opposed to business and opportunity and growth. It's a matter of a respectful discussion that can be had, information that can be gathered and shared so that there's a better understanding, and as well to find out the details around the expiring license and such. There could be better places for this to be situated, that is for certain. That's not up for me to decide. I am about advocacy, and that's that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
I just want to thank Councillor Longmire for her opening remarks on the topic, and I had a few things I wanted to add to the topic in general as well as the motion. As mentioned in the past, you know, my family's from farming and forestry, so I'm not exactly an expert on fishing, but I do travel down that way in the summer and do some mackerel fishing off the Victoria Beach Wharf. And I can tell you it's a thriving little spot during fishing season. There's several family-run businesses that fish out of there and whatnot. So one of the concerns I had heard from a resident, and I call it a joint community because my district flows into Councilor Longmire, so quite often Granville Road reaches out to both of us. So and take this with a grain of salt because it's not in Mr. Kaplan's letter, but I do know that if we go through this process, it would be good to solicit some input from the existing fishing economy down there, because I have heard concerns from the existing fishing economy down there that the plans by Cotw Solomon can be potentially negative impact on the existing community. As you can imagine, there's a lot of logistics, you have routes. We had a presentation not too long ago on invasive species, so you can just imagine that whole topic of introducing species that are not native to certain habitats, and I think open pen salmon was one of the things that was used as an example in that topic. Mr. Kaplan references the abundance of seals that are coming in as a result of that. So my point of all that is when you start messing with the natural ecosystem, it quite often causes problems. The other part of that when we're talking about the economy, yes, it is part of our jobs to support the economy, but again, not to compromise other industry. And my fear based on concerns, again, they weren't in this particular letter, but I have received it from other residents of that area, particularly, I believe, related to the clamming, harvesting and whatnot, that, you know, this proposed advancement has potentially a negative impact on the existing industry that has been there for decades with those families. So, you know, voicing our objection to this is not, in my opinion, an objection towards economy. It's simply saying not at the expense of the existing one. It's a way of life. So, so on that note too, again, I'll just mention the same thing as the forestry. What role is it in the municipality? Well, again, I think Deputy Warden talked on property tax values, so it does become us because it's essentially you're devaluing the properties down there, so you're influencing municipalities' ability to generate revenue. And if in fact there is credence to potential that this industry could potentially has a negative impact on the existing industry, then you're affecting the revenue and income ability of the residents who are in Annapolis County, because as it was pointed out, this company is not. Its revenues are going to other levels of government, and it's potentially taking away revenues from the people who pay their taxes to us. So just food for thought. And again, not all of that was in this letter, so basing it off of emails I've read, but I think it's a good step that you have that meeting and just be mindful that it may be an opportunity to solicit some input from the existing fishing community of that area so that their concerns are also heard. It's kind of what we said earlier, you gotta hear both sides.
Thank you very much. Councilor Hare.
Yeah, on the motion itself, I totally 100% agree with the motion. It goes back the same as forestry. We can't know too much. So if we can get the opportunity to have more information given to us, and maybe there is a solution that will come out of said meeting that we can compromise in a way. But I will note that if a solution is given that is unreasonable for the company and it forces its closure, that is anti-business. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? It has to be on the motion. Oh, no, I think you're gonna speak.
I just wanted to, if I may, Warden.
Yes.
Mr. Kaplan sent us an email after we had put the letter in the agenda, and I know Kelly put it on your desk, but a couple of you have mentioned the license expiry date. And so, again, Mr. Kaplan had shared with Councillor Longmire and I that the license actually expires on May 16th of this year. So that's an important
Thank you.
to note, because that's only a month away. And that as part of this, I'll just read this paragraph that he had received from the province. So license 1040 expires on May 16th. Renewal application for this license has been received by the department and is currently under review. There will be an opportunity for the public to provide comments during a regulated public comment period, which will be starting April 8th of this year and ending on Friday, May 8th. So again, anybody can go in and make comment through that as well. So it's important to know.
Yes. All right. So we'll read the motion again, and then we'll, it's up to you.
Okay, write a letter to invite the Minister of Fisheries and Agriculturals and local MLAs to meet with the Warden, Deputy Warden, CAO, and senior staff to provide information on the proposed expansion of the Finn Fish Farm and license expiry as well as timelines.
Thank you. All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no? Motion passed. Perfect, thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to take a break at, is it a good time to take a break? Let me look at this. I'm gonna say 12:30 the latest, but
I would say we might as well break now.
yeah, because I think that's gonna be a big one. I think Jennifer needs to take a break. Thank you very much for coming in. We're going off for lunch.
1:30. 1:30.
Oh, one moment. hold on.
I just have a very quick question, because it's not, unless I missed it. So on that map,
On which map are we
on
talking about?
page 29, the notification area.
It's not the same as what we said.
Yeah, so I'm assuming that is the proposed future. I wish on this map it showed what the current one was. But was that stipulated anywhere? Like, did it say how big it was, or, I didn't see it.
From this size to this size, you mean? Like it's,
I was just curious.
We can, I suspect that that's probably if we go to the provincial site,
Okay.
where you can make comment. This is just what Mr. Captain had sent, but, we can look at that.
Thank you. That's all I had.
okay. Okay, so, yes, Councillor Wells. Sneaking in on me.
Opened up the door.
Yeah, you did. That's okay.
I just want to add that this is not the only site that they're applying for expansion through application. There's one down in Briar Island that, if that expansion is permitted, affects existing moorings and lobster pounds already pre-existing, and it prevents the expansion of potential breakwater for the existing fleet down there. So a lot of this is just about being a good neighbor and how much space that you can take up and share with other leaseholders and neighbors in the area. So
It's
it's,
happening all over the province.
yeah, we're seeing, and it's interesting because this is actually provincially mandated by Nova Scotia. In BC, where a lot of them have been removed in areas like this, it's because it's been federally mandated.
Yeah.
Yeah, federal control of the west.
Okay. We're done?
Yep.
We'll take a break for an hour. We'll be back at what time?
1:30.
1:30. for the municipality of Annapolis County. We are on page 30. Madame Jennifer Daniels, and our fire service coordinator. I think she's going to come up here and give us all sorts of information. No. Yeah,
Almost there. Oh, there we are.
there we go. Made it.
All right. I was gonna say good morning, but good afternoon, everyone. So lovely to be here. I've met most of you when I first joined last fall. I had spoken personally with most of you, but you probably know I'm Jennifer Daniels, the fire service coordinator, and I've hidden away downstairs, working quietly. And as Rob said, to stay out of trouble. So I'm just going to give basically an eagle-eye view of what I've been doing since I landed here, because I thought it was kind of important that I not be stowed away downstairs, that you know that I am doing something. So it's just going to be a very quick, brief overview. Before I start, I just want to acknowledge that the picture here was from the West Dalhousie fire. Kind of gives you an idea of the resources. These were the tankers that were needed, and this photo is credited the Valley Eye, and I just wanted to acknowledge that. It's not something that I took, it's somebody else's. So for Annapolis County Fire Service, we do have 11 fire departments. 4 of those are basically mutual aid or from other municipalities, Middleton, Digby County, Queens County, and of course Kings County as well, that service over 21,000 of our population here and cover over 3,000 square kilometers. And the most important part is we have well over 360 volunteer firefighters that look after our communities here. Pretty incredible. Key accomplishments, just since I started and things quieted down on the West Dalhousie fire front, I came in and immediately was supporting the Remo coordinator. What I've been doing with the fire services is strengthening communication and coordination, so reaching out, attending meetings, etc. And also working on strengthening long-term planning and interagency collaboration. Just to continue on, other duties, I help the CAO and deputy CAO host a fire service modernization session, working with our HR and workplace safety or WCB. We delivered a WCB reporting workshop on educational component to fire services. You know, they really focus on the hard skills, so we were trying to provide them with some of the soft skills that are needed to help them as well. And again, keeping open communications with the fire service. Capital improvements, now this is just what I've captured over the last year. So capital improvements include some new apparatus. A lot of the fire departments are actually going with refurbishing with what they have. So they'll buy a new chassis and basically move the body over. Because the body's aluminum, doesn't rust out as quickly, and doesn't have the wear and tear as usual. So Bear River just newly acquired a mini pumper. Class 3 is not required for this, so basically any of their membership can jump in and go. North Queens, Annapolis Royal, and Port Lorne are all waiting on new pumper tanker refurbishment. The other thing I want to point out too, the fire service are very cognizant of what they're ordering. these pumper takers can actually hold a crew instead of a regular tanker, which holds a driver and an officer or support person. You can actually get a crew in these and pull hand lines. So they're really, really good on first due. Looking ahead, I've been helping the fire service develop an inventory for shared equipment resourcing. So basically finding out what types of apparatus they have, what types of fans they have, generators, hoses, everything like that. So basically the region or the Annapolis County area will know what each one has, what each department has. It also comes in handy if any of our fire services need to be deployed to another municipality. We can share that information between the remote and fire service coordinators of each county as well and say, hey, we can help out here, this is what we have for stock up here, and then we connect them with the fire service, and then go from there. I'm also helping the fire service create a capital replacement plan. So this is for long-term planning so that we know what needs to be replaced going forward. And we can look at it from a financial perspective as well. Been updating the dry hydrant mapping, and again, working with fire service and GIS. So locating current dry hydrants and static water sources. And this will come in handy. I can present it to the fire service. They can upload it into their little notebooks or laptops or have a hard copy. It'll also come in handy with mutual aid resources coming in from other counties that aren't familiar with our communities. So basically they say go to 123 Smith Road. They'll know where 123 Smith Road is. So. Advancing mutual aid agreements with neighboring municipalities. So again, developing formal agreements, just reviewing them and seeing what needs to be in place going forward. Reviewing and updating policies and procedures. So I just want to make sure that everything is up to date and current. I've also been supporting REMO as alternate REMO coordinator and doing Fire Smart public education initiatives going forward as well. I've also been coordinating with the Municipal Long Service Awards, so these are the Canadian Fire Association ones. Getting those organized and making sure that our volunteer members are recognized for their years of service. And this is at 30 years and up. Surprise, surprise, but there's been quite a few 50 years, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah.
And again, continuing ongoing engagement with individual fire departments and Annapolis Grand Search and Rescue. So my goals now are to go out to each individual department and organization, sit down, have a good long chat with them, and see how things are going and continue to build relationships. So that's just sort of the bird's eye view. I have a lot of other smaller balls that I'm juggling as well, but yeah, that's it. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Madame Daniel. Let me just wait a minute. Councillor Cotw, Councillor Welch, Councillor Longmire, and Councillor Agambar. We have the order? Here we go. Councillor Cotw.
Yes, thank you very much, Jennifer. I know you've been a big help to the Fire Service Committee because we're elected officials. We get put in positions that we have very little knowledge about, but we still have to be there because we're elected officials. So when I became the chair of the Fire Services, I've never been a firefighter because I've had other interests that kept my life busy enough. I appreciate what they do, I appreciate their time involved, but when it came down to the table before your job was created, and there was some resilience from both sides to have a fire coordinator, but it sure has helped with your knowledge and background on what firefighters need, what needs to be improved, what needs to be looked at long-term, policies and the safety of the firefighters. So it has made it very easy to be the chair of the fire services. because before, they'd be talking French to me. I just didn't
What do you mean by
understand.
that? Wait a minute.
German maybe. But a lot of times I wasn't passionate about what they needed or what they thought they deserved and stuff like that, because I had no background knowledge on a lot of that issues. But it sure has helped, I think, the communication between our fire departments and the county because of your job situation and being part of the county. And it sure has helped, so I thank you for that. And it's sure nice to go to the fire services because you speak their language, where I was just a listener. Because a lot of times I couldn't even respond to some of their desires and wants because I didn't know, you know, I'm here to protect the purse of the municipality and try to do the best for my citizens. So when request comes in, sometimes you think the opposite side of what the requester is asking. So this makes it truer, factual, and helps us, this council, I think, to realize and make decisions that need to be made in the fire services. So much appreciated.
It's important to stress that I'm not doing their operations. They are the experts. They know their community. They know the trends. I'm here for support, and you know, I appreciate those kind words. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Next. Councillor Welch.
Thanks for the presentation, Jennifer. It's nice to finally meet you too. I just had a question regarding educational material that might be available through the municipality for residents to help fire save their homes. Is that something that we would provide, and would that come through you?
So when it comes to fire prevention, that ultimately is part of what fire services do. So if there's anything new or any supports that they need, I'll source it out and provide it to them. But they go around to schools, and they have different fire prevention days. In October, for example, is Fire Prevention Week, and you know, they reach out to the community because they understand the community risks, you know, that are there. We do have Fire Smart information here as well, and Ryan and I are going to do a concerted effort to get out to the communities. May 2nd is Wildfire Prevention Week. So we're going to be splitting, and Middleton Fire Department is putting it on a day of wildfire prevention. And there's one going on in West Dalhousie as well. So yeah, we're going to reach out to the communities. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Next is Councillor Longmire.
Thank you, Warden. Junior, first, thank you, Ms. Daniels, for an excellent report and update. My question comes about junior programs with firefighting. Do we know how many junior programs we have in Annapolis County?
That not at this point. That's something I'm going to find out, to give you a more definitive number. And it's really kind of dependent on the demographics as well.
Mm-hmm.
From what I understand, they don't have sort of a regional junior program, but Annapolis is quite expansive. So you wouldn't expect someone in Middleton to drive all the way to the other end of the county. Junior programs are very important, but it really ultimately is up to the fire department and
Sure.
their need for
Ability to do that, yes.
Yeah.
The other point I want to raise is that back a few years ago, I want to say it was probably around 10 years ago, the school boards in Nova Scotia recognized that people who went on to do advanced training in life-saving activities like lifeguarding, if they had taken additional education through private lessons in music. I was just thinking this would be a wonderful thing to bring before the Board of Education. They get actual credit in high school you know, so if something like this can take off, you know, it's a feeder program for our actual volunteers and future would be bright.
Absolutely, and, you know, that's a very important point for future discussions. And sort of once we kind of find our footing with the changes in fire service modernization, and sort of kind of get over that hump in the next, 12 to 36 months. I think that should be part of the conversations and see if there's a need for that here, yeah.
Thank you so much.
That's great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next is Councillor Agenbach.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. In one of my previous lives, I was a councillor in Bridgetown. At that point, I did serve on the fire services, or the fire committee then. I can tell you that these folks, doesn't matter if they're from Bridgetown or where they're from, they're some of the most passionate people for what they do, and it's their whole life, and they certainly know what they need and what they need to get their job done. And it's not all a matter of just standing there putting out grass fires. In a lot of cases, these people are risking their lives to do their job. So I just want to make sure that everybody out there listening or watching realizes just how important this service is. And no more than anybody than us realize that, especially after last year. But my question is, on page 39, I want to speak to the refurbishment. So my question is, and I don't know if that was part of what you were saying about these new pumpers that actually have crew cabs. Is that part of the refurbishment, or what is the refurbishment?
Yeah, so refurbishment, and again, I'm not the procurer of fire apparatus. I'm the boots on the ground and grab a hose and put in fires. But from what I've learned, from my own experience and talking with these folks, what they're doing is they're actually getting a brand new chassis, which takes the brunt of the load, because you've got heavy water systems on there and a lot of miles. They're buying a brand new chassis, taking the tanker end of it, replacing it on there, but they get a commercial cab, so to speak. So basically, instead of it's gone from 2 seats to 4 to 5 seats, so they can actually bring a crew with them.
So is the crew part of the tanker now, or is it part of the original cab?
It's part of the new chassis.
Just the chassis and cab?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
That's what I was wondering, how they're gonna refurbish this, right?
Yeah.
And the other, when I looked at that page as well, and I saw North Queens, well, that's obviously an affiliate from Queens County that kind of does some coverage in our facility.
They do.
But they own their own equipment, but we're involved in refurbishing their equipment as well?
They are part of our capital grant
Oh, okay.
program.
Okay.
Yeah.
That
yeah.
explains that. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Oh,
Appreciate
no
that.
problem, no problem. I would definitely, if you want to know more about the fire apparatus, speak to your local fire department. They're very, again, very cognizant. You know, when you're looking at the times now, the time of day, you know, when the volunteers can get out, they can now grab more people and send it, you know, get that first duo with some more people. And it's a smart move, and I have to say the fire services down here are pretty incredible people. They're very cognizant of the tax dollar, and making it stretch, and safety is certainly foremost on their minds.
Can I just have one quick follow-up question as well?
Sure.
Thank you, Warden. So, when I was involved, there was limitations on the age of the trucks themselves. I believe it was 20 years and no more than 25. Is that still the same?
That
was provincial, but yeah.
Well, it's an NFPA, or National Fire Protection Association standard. It's not. It's a tricky road to walk, because it's not really formally adopted, but they're guidelines. I guess it's the best way to put it, it's guidelines. So quite honestly, you know, rural versus city, the wear and tear can be pretty different. Traveling the province in my prior job, you know, there was a lot of fire departments that had apparatus that were from the 1980s. You know, what's changed a lot is the safety standards. However, again, it's a guideline, not a set in stone.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other councillors who'd like to ask questions or make comments? Seeing none. Madame Daniels, I'd like to say thank you for the presentation. Great job done. And you are a welcome addition to our little county, so thank you for that.
Bring chocolate.
Going with chocolate.
Bribery will be everywhere.
Okay, so we are now on page 42, which is again a report, which is prepared by Madame Amanda Lewis, bylaw enforcement officer, for the dangerous and unsightly premises that we have in each of our districts. So some of you might not have any. Anybody want to take that on there? Is that you?
I don't, but I should.
Yeah. There's a number 10 there.
There's number 10 there.
Okay. So would you like to just give an overview before I let them move some questions?
Yeah, so basically this is just an update on our current open, dangerous, and unsightly premises. Over the winter, it is really difficult to deal with dangerous and unsightly. Us as bylaw can't quite see what exactly is the issue, which is a legislative requirement in our notice. So now that the snow is gone, we are very busy, actively visiting all these properties and reaching out and communicating with homeowners again.
Okay, so now it's question period. I can see the questions, so we'll start with Councillor Connell, Councillor Harding, and then I saw Deputy Ward in there somewhere. Did I see somebody else? I thought I saw another hand there. Nope, I'm not asking anymore. Councillor Connell.
I don't know if you've done a revisit to the property on 10, but that has been taken down and
It
about
has,
90,
there's still debris that needs to be
about
cleaned up.
90%.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we're monitoring that when we have revisited it, and we will kind of keep monitoring and in communication with the residents if we're not seeing progress.
Because it was a very dangerous situation, and I'm glad it was handled quickly by them.
Yeah.
You know, because I think a private company went in and tore the house down
Okay.
on a Sunday.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
but it disappeared.
Okay. We'll move on?
Yes.
Are we moving on? Okay.
But thank you for the letter to them.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harding?
Yeah, so the two properties in Clemensville Road, I did receive an email from you letting me know, but I see, so one is determined not to be DUP, and I think I know which properties they are, and one notice will be sent. But I'm cognizant of the privacy issues, but would you be able to perhaps confirm with me via email or something which property is not and which property is?
So the property that is not was just, it was a property that had a couple of derelict cars, but they were being used as parts cars. They weren't a
Okay.
mess, they were lined up neatly, they were parked by a garage, so we determined that it didn't meet the standards to be dangerous.
Okay, I know exactly where you're at. Yeah, okay, no problem, thank
Yeah, and
you.
the notice has been sent to the other property, and I will be reaching out to the bylaw officer to evaluate. We've seen a lot of these in certain conditions, and so that will be one that we will tag team on.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Deputy Warden?
Thank you. This is actually smaller than I thought it was gonna be.
It's not bad, it's not bad.
We've had a lot worse. I just have a couple questions for things that were in my district where I don't see them on the list, and I know that the files haven't been closed.
Okay.
I'm just thinking about a property on the corner of Church and
So
Granville.
we haven't received, so this is a complaint-driven process, and we haven't received complaints on it.
But we have,
Not since I've been here, so I can't speak on the
Okay.
past. There was no open files when I transferred over to law enforcement. We did have one in the past
Yes.
that did require them to board up the windows and,
Yeah.
and the access to the property, and that was completed, so the file was closed.
okay,
And we haven't received any other community complaints around that.
all right. And, no.
That's good.
Okay, so I have nobody else.
I'll be real quick.
You said that last
I say that a lot.
Yes. Councillor Welch.
Just about the property that we discussed in Deep Brook, whether a tender has gone out for demo on that one.
So Sean has been in communication with them.
Okay.
My understanding is they have till the end of the month, because they were going to deal with it, so they have till the end of this month. So at the end of this month, we will do a follow-up. If it's not being handled, then yes, that is the process that will happen next.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
No, you're not. Councillor Harding,
Yeah,
thank you,
just the
Councillor.
one on Chute Road, that's really a dangerous situation there.
Yeah.
That building's in rough shape. Is there any update on where we're at with that?
Yep, so there has been communication with the residents as well as with planning for permits. I believe, and Linda, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe right now they're waiting for their right-of-way permit from Nova Scotia Transportation.
Okay, so there's definitely a plan in place to get that.
It will be coming down. I know they're working on getting quotes from contractors as well, so it will be coming down and the communication is open with the resident.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Oh, look at that. Councillor Longmire.
Thank you, Warden. Sorry, Miss Lewis. If, under 2024-2025 Parker's Cove, it says we'll be revisiting site for progress check and send a final order if required, and that was noted like November 15th, 2025. Is there anything further on that? or-
So that one, we haven't revisited at this point, so over the winter, November 15th, we did go out, there was progress made, a letter was sent stating, thank you, we've done this progress, however, XYZ still needs to be completed. Then winter hit, so we do, that is one of the properties, we have 2 properties left on this list that we need to go to, and that is one of them, and so we will revisit it, and a letter will be sent to them if need be.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I think we're safe. No more questions. Thank you, Madame Lewis, and thank you for sending me the email to, not listening. Anyway, Mr. Agenbar. I'll call him Mr. Let's see what happens. No, that didn't work out. Grampy. Grampy.
He didn't like the nickname.
No, he doesn't. Grampy. Thank you, Madame Lewis.
You're welcome.
Okay. You snuck in another question there, I saw. I was gonna say Councillor Griffin, Councillor Agenbar. Oh. I saw that.
That was a private one.
Okay, we are on page 44, I'm not even gonna comment. The community conversations with Councillor, oh, this is an information report by Madame McCormick. You have the floor, Madame McCormick.
Thank you, Warden. So, I would like to direct you to page whatever, 46, or the word just said here, on the first page of the
46.
first sentence. It says, we are making a design to strengthen relationships between residents, council, and staff, to provide an accessible, face-to-face opportunity for meaningful conversation. Now, at the risk of sounding a little creepy, I do watch everyone here when we are at events. So what I have noticed, I'm quiet in the background, but I have a plan. So I do watch everyone. And what I have noticed is that in some situations, the interaction with residents is quite tense. It can be quite serious. And in other instances, there's laughter, there's there's smiles, there's chatting between everybody, and it can be the same people. The difference is the environment that we put them in. So in the past, we've had public engagements which have been very topic specific and usually around controversial issues. So of course, everyone was in a little bit tense, a little bit defensive. But let's turn that around and take them to maybe the Nick Top Playground Opening or Annapolis Valley Exhibition, our volunteer recognition ceremony. People are laughing and smiling. And it's all because we're in an environment that feels safe and casual. And that's exactly what we're going to try to accomplish with our community conversations between council and community. So the idea, and have any questions, please stop me along the way. In the report, you will see that we are planning and hoping to have a session in each district. This is going to take time. It will probably be over the next fiscal year and into 2027 for staff resources, for budget, for all of those reasons. But we would like to kick this off sooner than later. So my hope is that we'll be able to start within May and June to visit our first districts. And you can see I've had them mentioned in the back. So we're hoping to start kind of off one end and then go to the other end and work our way into the middle. We will be promoting this through our regular ways. We'll be doing social media website. We'll also be doing flyers. So I will be giving you homework with giving you flyers and helping me pass them out to your hotspots in your districts. Now, as far as requirement of attendance, you don't all have to go to every meeting because you're looking at me like that's a lot of meetings. But I promise there's only certain requirements of attendance for certain people. So be the warden or deputy warden, the CAO or deputy CAO, and you will see me at all of them, so I will be there. And then if it's in your district, yes, we would ask that you please be there to represent. We don't have a final plan of what they're gonna look like, but we are in the works. I have been in discussions with the CAO, so we are getting a game plan of what we're gonna do at each meeting. What I can tell you is it's gonna be like a World Cafe style. So we will have tables set up where people can go in and sit down and talk to specific departments to be determined about different issues. And within those tables, there's gonna be activities to be done, so it's not just us talking at people, it's us talking with people. So they will be able to talk to staff and counselors. We are gonna have something called, not officially named yet, but a listening table. So if there's a topic that maybe is not being touched upon within the tables that we've set up, then they can go speak to our CAO or warden or deputy CAO and deputy warden and just say, you know, these are some of the concerns I have, it's not here, so can I talk to you about that now? And then I'm hoping to have something that, actually the CAO has come up with a great name, it's called the parking lot table. So there can be like a static table, doesn't have to be manned, but we can have a little chart set up, said what did we miss? So they can write down any concerns, maybe they're too shy to go talk to someone or they don't feel comfortable going up and talking to someone. So they can actually write down their concern or questions, put a contact information and put it in our little box, and at the end we'll be able to go through these and answer them as best we can. With each parking lot. I'm not sure we're gonna keep that, but yeah, maybe it is a good idea.
But lots of conversations happen in the parking lot.
That's right. So at the end of each session, what our intentions will be is to take all the information that we gathered. I will put it into a report and it will be sent out to council, staff, the people who are at the meeting who wish to be contacted, as well as publicly. So we will put this out to the public place. This, I will be quite honest, is a learning curve. We've never done this before, so we will grow as we go. So we might get through 2 of the meetings and say, oh, that was not a good one. So we will have to rethink how we're gonna do this. My hope and my goal is that we're gonna go and learn so much from the people, and we might say, you know what, everyone was asking about this, so maybe at the next district one we'll turn things around, and maybe that will be one of the topics at the table. Do you have any questions?
Okay, we'll start the list. Here we go. We have Councilor Aguilar, Councilor Longmire,
That's not an aggressive.
Councilor Harding, Councilor, nope.
Maybe.
Nope. Good. Go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, got everybody's attention. So this seems like the same kind of format that we used at the fire services meeting that we had in Town Legion not too long ago. And I thought that was really good. And some of the comments that I received from some of the fire folks that were there were positive. The fact that they felt that they were part of the meeting instead of just sitting there and listening and getting information, thrown at them. And I think that's a really good initiative, and I hope it goes well. And good on you guys for putting this together. So certainly going to support that program. Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Longmire.
Thanks so much, Warden. And thank you, Ms. McCormick. My heavens, this warms my soul. Typically, we're always out and about with urgent needs or talking on tense topics. So this just changes so much, and it'll foster more than we can even imagine, because like you said, it's a learning curve, right? But, we're 2 years away from an election-ish. And, this is a great opportunity to go out there and be part of our communities. We already are, but this is gonna be a little bit different, a softer place to land, sometimes probably tense, but kudos to you and your team. This is going to be, I hope, a success. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Cretton.
Yeah, just thanks Nadine for the report. Very pleased to see it. Enjoyed reading it. I very much enjoyed Nadine's reports because they're informative, but they're also bullet pointed. So
Scannable.
it didn't take me overly long to read to get through the whole thing and get the gist of it. So yeah, I just want to thank you, and I'm just very glad because it's in line with like one of my values as council, being accessible and open and transparent. And you can tell from the things I've done that the public appreciates this type of stuff, and I think these are going to go really well. And I guess and I'm glad we're doing them. And then the only question was when you said about the report, if it was a report after each one, or would it be after each kind of season? So, and by that I mean it's a spring. You have 8, 1, and 5. Was it after each one of those, or is it do those 3 and just do a report
My
before
hope
the next
would be,
batch?
it would be after every district. And then we could have a combined one, like just take everything and have a large one at the end, but that would be my goal.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And Councillor Hiding.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for this report, and I'm really excited to see this happen. I think this is a really good way to start engaging people in the communities, and it's one of those things too, if we start this, we may not have a whole lot of people come out right at first. I've kind of encountered that a little bit with some of the things that I've been doing, but word gets out pretty quickly that you're doing something in the community, that you're out there, and it's one of those things that can snowball, and all of a sudden you've got a bunch of people coming, and a lot of great ideas can come out of that. So I'm really excited, and I'm really honored that District 8 is going to get to be the first one. So I'm excited in working with you towards that. In terms of the engagement tables, and this kind of actually goes back to something that Councillor Hare said when we were in budget meetings, it would be great if we have finance there, and I know that it's based on availability, but it would be great if finance was there at the table somehow with a giant pie chart sign showing us the breakdown of where the tax dollars were going. Because I know that we had talked about that on the back of tax bills, and that was cost prohibitive, but hey, look, we're gonna be going out to all the communities, we're gonna be going and seeing everybody. We can have a sign, one sign printed that shows that breakdown, right? And I know it's based on availability, but I just wanted to put my 2 cents in. I thought that would be a really good time and opportunity to put that in there.
She had that
I think that's kind of the beauty of this setup, because even if I'm sure Paul will be wanting to be there, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
We can have the opportunity to have those sort of things at the parking lot table. We can have any kind of display we want set up, so people can at least go and look, and then if they have questions, they've got the list on the table, or they have staff and other council to be there to ask questions.
Yeah, and also I like that you have in here that light refreshments will be provided, because people love them, and it makes a difference. It absolutely does. So thank you very much for this. I'm looking forward to it.
Want to slice that?
Thank you, Counselor. And you're the first on the, oh, look at that. You're the first on the list, so we'll be there. That's great. Counselor Longmire, you're up.
Thank you, just really quick. So because I believe in the future and I'm always thinking, how can we get the youth engaged? Could we look at perhaps in the future a youth cafe?
Yeah, I think the floor is open. Like,
Yeah,
that's the
I don't
beauty
think
of
that they necessarily would be as desiring to be as involved with other adults in the room. I just don't know if something more specific to them, maybe as it grows, right? Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Anybody else? No? Okay, good. Thank you very much, Madame McCormick.
It's going on.
You have a lot of work there to do. Okay, so we're moving on to page 54. On page 54, it is the staff report prepared by our CAO, Rob Frost, on the review of our strategic plan. You have the floor. Thank you.
I'm gonna get comfortable because I think I've got the next 5 items here.
Oh, yes, this is true.
That was-
Use the bench, that's right. Give him the stool.
So the first topic that I have here today is the strategic plan update. So I know we've had some brief discussions on this during budget discussions, and that we should say that we have to come back, make a bit of a plan as to how we would review our strategic plan. So just quickly, the current plan was approved in October of 2023. And so again, we're kind of about the midway point of that 4-year plan, a little bit past midway now, I guess. And again, all strategic plans should be reviewed every few years to make sure that it's still current and that everybody's still in agreement. The current plan is 37 action items that were included in it. Just so for your awareness, and it's been included in the package, but 14 of these items would be considered complete. 13 items have had some work completed on them, and then 10 items have not been started or cannot be started. So as part of our discussion, when we have an actual meeting about the strategic plan, we'll go into detail on each of these as to where we are. But what you'll find is that there's some items that maybe we've started work on, and then, you know, situation has changed or something has changed that might make it difficult to proceed. And then on the other 10 items, there might be reasons why things have not been started. But again, we'll dig into that in detail. So what I'm proposing you consider is have a special meeting with council and senior staff to do, again, we would go through a full review of each of these 37 items, talk about what we should be considering adding or possibly removing. And after the meeting is held and input is received, then we will bring back amendments to committee of the whole and council for discussion and approvals. And again, this is something that we should get scheduled if this is how council wants to proceed, but we would try and hold a meeting again just for this, because you can see our agendas are getting longer. So again, we would try and do this either the late April or early May. So with that, there's the recommendation, and certainly open to questions.
Okay, so we do have a recommendation on page 54 to be read out, the motion. Deputy Warden, would you read the motion?
I move that council direct the CAO to perform a review of the strategic plan in the manner as described in the April 14, 2026 staff report to the committee of the whole.
Thank you. Seconder? Councillor Welsh? Okay. Now we have questions, if you have any, or comments. Councillor Connell?
Just a quick thing on this, I was reading through it, I just found that we had a lot on our strategic plan. Because before, in discussions, is that you gotta realize the strategic plan may wanna change after the next election. And it's just according to how many people's replaced, how many people are gonna re-offer and stuff like that, because new councilors come in with their own ideas, new ideas, and they may not be the same direction that the strategic plan is pointing them. think from being here over the years, that's what's happened. So because it never got reviewed, it got shelved, and nothing got done. Because the new councilors didn't want to go the way the strategic plan was pointing, or they had their own ideas they'd like to add into the strategic plan. So when it wasn't reviewed, like I said, it kind of got shelved many years, many times, and nothing got done, because there was no visual direction that council was agreeing upon and what was important to them at that time. So I'm very glad that we're going over it at this point. I just, as I was reading, I was thinking, wow, that's a lot of things to try to achieve in 4 years. And I'm glad we're reviewing it, because there's some things on there, I think situations in the county has changed that shouldn't even be on there. And maybe a new one may be added if we think we can at least get it started before the year 2 is ended. So, no, very informative and looking forward to keeping up on it, because a lot of times over the years, things get shelved.
Thank you. Councilor? Okay, so do you have any questions on the motion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Okay, let's move on to our next one, which is on page 62. Mr. Cross is in this place, ready to speak about the Bridgetown Community Recreation Association.
Thank you, Warden. So the next item is, as mentioned, the Bridgetown Community Recreation Association. So as you all know, BCRA has been responsible for the operation of the Bridgetown Arena, the pool, and the ball field for many years. And in this particular situation, the municipality owns the assets, but the association has been the operating arm of those facilities. Their current agreement, so a number of years ago, and I've been told that Councillor Aguilar, in a different role, was one of the ones that put those agreements in place. But the current one, which would have been completely within the municipality, expired at the end of March of this past year. So we've been meeting, Director Bromley and myself have been meeting with BCRA since before Christmas to talk about the future of these facilities and how we will likely proceed. And really good discussions, I would say. So what we're proposing, we really ran out of time, I would say. We had good back and forth. We talked about more significant changes to the agreement. That was probably, I would say, in February, and then we didn't hear back for a little bit. So we kind of ran out to a point where we said, listen, at this point, I don't think we're gonna be able to make significant change, but what we should do is put an agreement in place that at least is an interim agreement for a year, I suggested, that outlines our responsibility and the responsibilities of the BCRA. And then this year that we're in, we'll have further discussions with BCRA about the future of these facilities and operations and all those things. So in this current revised agreement, basically what is included, as I said, there's a 1-year agreement. Further amendments would be discussed this year. It outlines responsibilities and the funding commitments. So some of this was in the previous agreements, but maybe not as clear as it could have been. I know we've had discussion about staffing quite a bit, and so again, we've tried to clarify the wording so that we're of a good understanding and the BCRA are of a good understanding of the commitments on both sides. So in this, again, the other thing is that there's a $20,000 commitment. It was $17,500, I believe, in the last year of the agreement. So again, and that it had been tracking up. So again, this is basically just on the same track with inflation. And then the other thing that we will need to take on is checks on the refrigeration equipment. That's related to the fact that the staff that we had hired, they were able to do those checks, and now we don't have a staff that has that ticket. So how we've had to find different ways of doing that. And the BCRA board has agreed to the attached in your agenda. So with that, the recommendation is on the screen.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion there. Councillor Eigenberg?
Yes, that, I move that the council direct the CAO to enter into a one-year agreement with the Bridgetown Community Recreation Association as attached.
Thank you. I need a seconder. Deputy Warden? Councillor Connell? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Connell.
I'm very glad that it's a one-year agreement. We talked about having a workshop for recreation across our county. And as I read the formal agreement, yes, we do own the facilities, but we're on the hook for everything in all three of those facilities. Right down to reading that they want the grass mowed minimum once a week at the ballpark. We're giving an association to help the recreation in the community of Bridgetown $20,000. I laid awake because I couldn't sleep, thinking, wow, what if we gave 4-H $20,000 a year to support the 4-H program across our county? What could 4-H do with $20,000 guaranteed a year to help kids get into something that's life learning and help across our county? Wow, I wonder what the Rec Association of Lawrencetown, if they were guaranteed $20,000 a year to make sure that the ballpark was mowed, because it's not owned by us. $20,000 would have to take care of all their maintenance. The only thing they can apply for is a little bit of a grant toward capital. So I'm thinking, wow, $20,000 a year to the Recreation Association of Lawrencetown. What could the kids do in that area? $20,000 toward other districts in our county. $20,000 toward somebody in Cornwallis getting a rec program going. I'm hoping that when we do sit down at this table for a workshop on recreation, that the councilors will take this into consideration. I realize we own the facilities. And I realize I read last week or 2 weeks ago that the town of Middleton said their pool would close unless a not-for-profit group takes it on and runs it. So we got not-for-profits across our county outside the community of Bridgetown that are doing that exact thing with very little income given from this county. So I'm supportive of, because it's not a big increase and it's only a contract for 1 year. But I want you to know discussions when it comes to recreation across this county, I'm gonna speak up for my constituents. And all I can say is that the squeaky wheel always gets the grease. So the councilors that are sitting there saying nothing, you're getting nothing. So we need to realize that our county starts at the Digby County line, Queens County line, Springfield, and the East End. And when the chips fall, hopefully we'll see a different type of recreational commitment across our county. Because I consider 4-H a recreational program too. Because, and there's another thing, I mean, just think what the exhibition could do knowing they were gonna get $20,000 a year. Look at the concerts that we could have in our county on that grounds. Look at the events that they fundraise to put on now could do. So I'm supportive of the 1-year program.
Okay, thank you. Remembering, I'm just gonna make a comment, and you said it, we do own these facilities, we do have to look at it. But then I look across, and I look from one end to the county of different things that we do put money in across the years that I've been sitting here, and you know that, because you've been here in some years as well. it's not always in the one community, it's pretty well spread out. But sometimes it's hard to put money in certain areas because they don't have a facility to help them out. I'm just gonna put that out there, because I'm all into helping when, you know, it has to do with children, I'm in. It's never been, I don't shy away from that at all. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, and I know that you probably want to discuss it some more, but I'd really like to stick on the motion. Anybody that wishes to speak on the motion? Deputy Warden?
Thank you. I'm also glad that it's a one-year term, because I think there's some real benefits coming down the pipeline under the direction of the CAO that I think is going to be good. And also with this organization, they're going through their own changes as well. So I attended their AGM last night, and there's some changes that are happening. You know, they're going to be having a new president, and a new treasurer, and a new secretary, a whole new executive. And they're looking at some different ways. Well, I'm not going to go down the old or young generation, but there's some big changes, and I think the fact that we didn't jump in very quick, unprepared, and we're doing this bridge contract, I'm fully supportive of it, and looking forward to seeing what this rolls into.
Excellent. We have a new group and a younger generation, that's even perfect, as far as I'm concerned anyway. Anybody else want to say, Councilor Longmire, you had your hand up, did you want to say anything about the motion? Yes, no?
And the deputy warden has said it
Okay.
beautifully, as did
Yeah.
other councilors, so great.
Okay,
Thanks.
great, thank you. Okay, so, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion carried. Perfect. What page are we on now?
77.
That's what I thought, but I thought, I guess the package was bigger than I thought. You're right, page 77. And you're nice and comfortable over there, CAO
Sit down now. Relax.
So I'll just hand it over to you.
Thank you, Warden. So again, this discussion is about fire services letter relating to fire service modernization. So, you know, I believe most of you were at the meeting that we held with the fire departments back in, I guess it was March, was it? Feels like a long time ago. And again, I think we've already mentioned it here today, that, you know, it was a very good meeting. We got to hear from all the fire departments. We had very good discussion with fire department and fire service. The other thing I would say too, and Councilor Regenbauer mentioned, we've had very positive feedback from that session after as well. So again, important that we're talking to our fire services. One of the big things that came out of that meeting, and one of the reasons we had that meeting, was to see how involved the fire departments were in these discussions around fire modernization, how much they were aware of or not aware of, and how engaged they had been. So again, just to remind you that the discussion in the past year related to fire modernization, there was the money audit for the fire school, or value for money audit for the fire school. FSAN's completed their report, and that had 40 recommendations in it. We hosted the CAO and coordinators attended a session in Truro. That was the end of January. The new legislation was presented in the House. It was only a few days before we held our session. And even though I had likely final approval by this meeting date, and it was approved at the end of last week, Friday, I think it was. So again, from that meeting that we had, I think what we've heard is that there's concerns. There's concerns from our fire department, and it's important that, again, because fire service is something that Annapolis County contributes significantly to, that we voice that opinion, not only on behalf of council, but on behalf of the 11 fire departments that we fund all or in part. So the letter attached was drafted after that meeting to capture the feedback that we received at the session. We did take the letter and share it with all of the fire departments to say this is what we're thinking, How do you feel about this letter? Does it capture everything that was discussed at that session? And does it really reflect the feelings of the fire department? Because again, everybody's name's gonna be on it, we wanna make sure that it does capture. So we did hear back from almost all of the fire departments. I think there might have been one or two that we didn't actually hear back from, but all of the feedback was very, very positive, and that it hits all the main points. And they thanked the municipality for taking the initiative to write this letter and on their behalf and on behalf of the council as well. So if the letter gets approved or recommended to council for approval, then we would send it to the Minister of Emergency Management as well as the Minister of Municipal Affairs. And we would CC all the fire departments as well as the neighboring municipalities on it as well. And so you do have the letter in your package, and certainly can take questions after review.
Thank you. CAO, do you have any, first I want the recommendation on the floor. Councillor, goodness, Cranton.
I move that council direct the CAO to send the attached letter regarding fire modernization to the Minister of Emergency Management and the Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, and I need a seconder from Councillor Parsons Sullivan. Okay, and any comments or questions? Councillor Cranton, Deputy Warden?
I know we could talk quite a long time, but we spent a lot of time at the workshop and the exercise, and I want to thank the CAO and the warden for drafting the letter, so I'll be short and brief. It does reflect what was said at that meeting, and I think it captured as much as you can, and to have, I can't remember, you said 11 different ones. If everybody's in agreements with it, it captures it, and I think move on.
Okay.
Don't get hung up on words, I guess.
Perfect, thank you, Councillor. Deputy Warden?
No, I think it's great and it does encompass everything, and I really like the fact that it clearly pointed out that even though the report said everyone was consulted, they definitely were not, which is a true fact. Now, it is interesting, we've talked about sending letters earlier today, and then we're sending the letter. However, this one is a little bit different because it affects all municipalities and fire services across Nova Scotia, where we just can't ask for them to come to meet with us. They're meeting with all the other municipalities at the same time. I think the letter for this one is definitely appropriate, and it lets us know that it's a combined force, that it's just not us saying something, but it's also within our lane. Thank you for drafting the letter. It's great, and it's very professional and polite, but also pointing out true facts.
Thank you very much, Deputy Warden. Anything else? Councillor Longmire?
Thank you, yes. I just want to say as well that the statement that was said here, you know, we were making it very clear that the firefighters, that they had been thoroughly engaged in the process. It was so important that we did identify that, because it was clear that night at the meeting that that was not the case. And so honesty prevails, right? And then I loved how it finished up this letter saying, you know, that the province continued discussions, right? How to standardize fire service while keeping the focus on supporting the many volunteers that work daily to keep us safe, because they volunteer, they have jobs, they have families, they're a greater stakeholder than just the volunteer at the station waiting for the call. So it's excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, any other comment? Okay, on the motion, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Thank you, let's move along so that our CAO can eventually get off the stool. Page 82.
Thank you, Warden. So the next item that I have for you today is agreement for consideration with the Bear River Board of Trade. So, as you know, the Bear River Board of Trade allowed the municipality to build a comfort center, that's the title that I was given. I know that there's some people don't like that term, which that's fine. We can certainly change the name of it if we choose. But we asked to put that on their property as part of the water project that was connected with the COA funding, and it was connected with the waterfront project. It was all kind of put in together. So as part of the larger water development and water service project. There were discussions with staff of the day, so again, when this was built last year, about the responsibilities of the municipality, but no formal agreement was ever put in place. So this came to my attention because we sent them a bill, I think it was for sewer, and, you know, it was brought back to say, well, wait a second, I thought the municipality was paying for sewer. So again, I believe that was the intention. I believe that the staff likely said that would be something that we would do because we own the building, that we would be responsible for the services of the building, which makes sense. But without something in writing, you know, as the new CAO, I kind of went, I need something in writing, which again, council should be aware of and should have something in place. So I did meet with the Bear River Board of Trade, and the new president is here, Vivek. If you haven't met Vivek yet, he was just elected a month ago, I guess it was.
3 weeks ago.
Congratulations.
But before Vivek became the president, I met with a group of them a couple of times and had some back and forth with them through email and phone and that type of thing. And we developed this agreement. It's pretty standard, you know, and really just want to make sure that we have the commitment on paper so that, again, everybody's of the understanding of who's responsible for what. So in this particular case, the municipality would be responsible for costs relating to the maintenance of the building, the water and sewer, the power, cleaning, insurance, etc. And sorry, it says opening and closing procedures. That's like seasonal. So in the spring and opening in the spring, closing in the fall. The Bear River Board of Trade is responsible for the daily opening and closing of the facility, so it does get locked in. So with that, there's a recommendation to council and open to
We'll go from there. Okay. I need somebody to read the recommendation. Oh, Councilor Connor?
I'd like to make an amendment to the
Can you?
recommendation before it's put on the floor.
No, you have to put the recommendation on the floor first, and then if you want to make an amendment.
Okay, let somebody put it on the floor then.
Councillor Harding had his hand up first.
I'll put it on the floor.
Oh, Councilor Harding?
I
Perfect.
move that council direct the CAO to enter into an agreement with the Bear River Board of Trade related to the operation of the Comfort Center as attached to the April 14th, 2026 Committee of the Whole report.
Thank you. Seconder? Councilor Oxner? Okay, now, questions, comments for the area? Okay, here, all done. Deputy Warden? Councilor Connell? And then I don't know. Councilor Hare? Councilor Longmire, I'm going side to side. Oh my goodness. Councilor?
Wow.
Councilor Wells? Why don't I just start over here? And Councilor Parsons Salzman and Councilor Agambar, and did I miss anybody? What'd you bang your name on the list?
You're just figuring it out.
Okay, please stick to, remember we have a recommendation and that's what's on the floor. And so try to not repeat what somebody else has said and stick to the recommendation. We'll start with you, Deputy Warden.
Thank you. Quick question around, do we have an estimated cost of what water and sewer would be? Now, it's very hard because it's
through you, Warren, I don't off the top of my head, but I see people scrambling in the back there that we'll see if.
So while they're scrambling, I get another question or statement, I guess, but this is another unique situation, like every single thing we've dealt with today. What a wonderful day. Where it's just another example of handshake agreements that keep coming to the surface. But the way that I see this, since I've received a report, is being supportive of it because of the fact that for various reasons, we built it, we paid for it, somewhat, but it came from funding from Cotw. And knowing how government grants work, that this might have been, from what I heard in the past, when we were applying for this, in order to get that funding, you had to do something in the world of comfort to meet the criteria of a code. Because some of their blanket funding is very precise, and you have to meet certain targets and certain wording to get that money. Because I believe the money we got from a code was 300,000 or something like that, maybe a little bit more. Now, there was some disappointments with this because I was under the impression it was a different type of building than what it was. However, that's old news now. But the fact is, we own a building that has washroom facilities, and we have other examples throughout the municipality currently that we own, that we have washroom facilities, that we do pay for the water and sewer. I would love to see us have washroom facilities in every district across the municipality, because it's something that I know we all get complaints about, that when they go to our rec areas or whatever, most of them have porta potties, some don't, some do. You know, it's a big thing, and I think this is something that's good, and I'll support it. And the cost can't be astronomical, other than the fact if I recall from being there, that there's kind of an outside kitchen thing or a sink, and then there's also the tap. I would just want to know, is this becoming a public filling station? Will people be directed there to get free water? And if that's the case, then it's something else to kind of look at, because there is a faucet and stuff out there. So that's just my other part of the question was, is this going to be determined as a water plant where people can get free water without paying for it? Then it's a different issue that I might have. But outside of that, I think the washroom facility itself, I think we own it, we should pay for it. It's a service, and hopefully we build more as we move on.
I never thought about the water thing. I thought it was only a water tap for drinking outside when you're thirsty.
If I may speak to that
Okay.
quickly, so just, and you're right, there is a tap outside, we will have to make sure that there's signage there, if we haven't already, to point out that that's not potable water, and even though it is, when it leaves that tap, the municipality can't be responsible, so we will have to put up signage to say, this is not potable water, because that would be a concern that people are using it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Deputy Warden, Councillor Cotw.
I'm one of the councillors that has a problem with calling it a comfort center, because the comfort centers that I have in my community are on call 12 months a year to open in an emergency. This building isn't big enough to be a comfort center, and it's never meant to be a comfort center. It was meant to be the enhancing of the waterfront for tourism and the surrounding area of Bear River. And at the time, there was no water, or very little water on our side, so it was kind of our contributing to helping the downtown core of Bear River. By calling it a comfort center, in which in a document I read before, and I look for it there today, it was called a comfort station. Now all of a sudden it's a comfort center. So what's that gonna do is gonna open the door to every councillor that has a comfort center in their community, asking why is the county paying to clean their bathrooms, when if we're asked by the county to open, is the county gonna pay to send somebody over to clean my community hall that's a comfort center? They're gonna send somebody to the Springfield Fire Hall to the comfort center? you know, the wording is not appropriate because it's tied into something that's bigger than what it actually is.
Yeah.
And I have no problem with the project. I supported it when it started. I just think that we have to watch what we call it because our comfort centers were allowed to put in a grant for a generator and a heat pump. Other than that, our community halls they can put in for upgrades for capital, but there's no funding from this county that helps any community center or comfort center in our county to pay for operations. So I've got nothing against paying for operations for this community hub or whatever it wants to be called, but it definitely should not be called a community center.
Okay, thank you for that.
So I don't want to put a suggestion forward for a name, but I think that staff probably should come up with a different permanent name, even in the agreement, because like I said, people are gonna read these things and people are gonna say, well, geez, what are they doing for my comfort center? You know, and I think it's a shot in the arm that they read what is identified, that all the things that we're gonna do for this comfort area in Bear River, which was well needed. But we're not doing it anywhere else. So.
Okay, thank you.
I just don't agree on the comfort center name.
Can I respond, please?
Yes. No. Wait.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor, and I don't disagree at all. Again, I was using language that was in the documents. I don't think there'd be any concern about calling it, and Eric's given me the agreement back there, a comfort station. It doesn't matter. I do believe, as to the Deputy Warden's comments, that terminology was used when we were applying for funding, probably for particular reasons. And we shouldn't continue to use it because we do have our own definition of what a comfort center is. This does not meet that definition.
Right. And that is true. I'll second every word you say that, because at the time it had government money.
But it was called comfort station in the documents I read the other night on the computer there.
And what documents were those, Councillor?
I'd have to look back on my computer what I was reading, but I think it was, and then all of a sudden, just in this document that was coming forward today, all of a sudden it's called a comfort center instead of a comfort station.
That may have been my mistake. I'm certainly aware of that if it was.
But even a comfort station is too close to our rural communities that have comfort centers to get people ticked off, because when they read that we're gonna support the garbage pickup and the cleaning of the facility and the shutting down and opening up, none of our volunteer groups in our counties have that same offer.
Service. Okay, it's gonna be service
area.
maybe, yeah. Instead of comfort center, it should be the other way around, service center.
Well, it's still
It's close enough even at that. Okay, well, why don't we just move along? Councillor Hare?
Yeah, and I guess that's where I got caught up big time was, and I realize now it isn't the case, but it seemed a lot like we were funding a comfort center, and I didn't want to open up that can of worms where the rest of our comfort centers aren't getting guaranteed funding. So as long as we can make a distinct difference between these apples and oranges we got going on here, and that other people aren't going to also get caught up in that, fine for it, because we were the ones that initiated this by the looks of it, so just needs to be a very distinct difference.
And you have not seen it, have you?
I've seen
Okay, so
it
you know
under
it's not.
construction.
Okay, well, it's certainly not what we consider our comfort centers.
Yeah, that's
Exactly. Okay, good, thank you. Councillor Langmeyer?
And Mrs., I'm not gonna repeat, I'm just gonna say, we just don't need the confusion, so the
Good.
terminology is so important.
Perfect, thank
Thanks.
you. Councillor Welch?
I can give a little context on the history of this, because, what's that?
Amendment.
Oh, an amendment. Yeah, we can do an amendment.
It's encouraging. Go for it.
We're just all at the same
But I'd rather just give some context here first. When the Board of Trade approached the municipality to solve the water problem on the Annapolis side, the county looked at a number of different avenues for bringing it across, and they finally came back with the idea, presenting, we have this comfort center, or whatever we want to call it, was the fix for that. And that was the reason that we decided to move forward with it. At the time, it was to be determined who was to take care of it and stuff, but that was identified as I don't know if some of the councilors remember that at the time, but that was identified as the source to get the water across.
Yes.
That did change. That did change over time. And the conversation continued, because I think the original grant from Cotw was like 86,000 or something like that. And because of COVID and inflation, costs ballooned to 300,000, which they were willing to cover most of, I believe. So I will say it's been a wonderful asset to the community. It's really transformed how that waterfront operates. I know the Board of Trade has a huge project coming up behind this one to develop it even further, but it's allowed for night market, it allows for events, it allows for all kinds of things. It's right adjacent to the community greenhouse in that community, and it's really been a real benefit for everyone. The one thing I would suggest that we could use is some signage out on the road to direct people towards it, because the way it's tucked on the waterfront, a lot of folks aren't necessarily able to find it easily, but it is a county asset on Board of Trade land. So, and ultimately, I think there was some debate back and forth as to whether or not a yearly grant would just be provided to the Board of Trade, and they would oversee the hiring and maintenance of it, or the county would just take it on as a project. And I think this agreement is where it finally landed.
Thank you.
You know, and I will add that the faucet outside, you can't fill like big containers, it's just in the sink.
It's a drinking kind of.
It's a drinking.
Drinking, or maybe.
Yeah, it's for drinking. There's a water station, water filling station, and then there's a triple sink around back that you can fill like smaller containers, but you can't go down there and fill like totes or something like that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Parsons-Salzman.
And I'd like to make an amendment to the word comfort center. My suggestion would be service area. I don't know if that's.
Okay, your amendment is to remove comfort center and comfort center.
Service area.
And put service area in its place.
Public washroom. Convenience center.
Public washroom.
No.
Well,
I was thinking public convenience. Public convenience centers.
Public service area?
Public service area?
I don't know, I just heard
Well,
public, and I
know
don't want
comfort-
public washrooms.
We don't
Well,
want it comfort center because it's
I
not a
understand that.
comfort center, so I'm just trying to
I agree.
help us out here. Public service area?
I don't know, it's your amendment. It's your amendment.
Signage will help.
That's too much.
Well, I don't know, you didn't say that.
They do have comfort rooms.
Public facility.
Well, that couldn't be any longer.
Well, I'm just trying to throw something at you.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Water, what did you say,
Was
though?
public
Waterfront?
Sure,
Public
sure, just
facilities.
leave it in signage will help.
Public convenience.
Public facilities are right.
Absolutely, Gary.
There you go.
So we
Public
either have
facility.
service area, or public service area, or waterfront public service facility, or public facility. I don't want any more.
Good, that's wrong.
I think that's
Public
enough.
facilities.
Is it shorter the better, or?
Public
what?
facility.
Public facility.
Okay, well,
There it goes.
who's doing the amendment?
I'll do
Signage will
the
say the
amendment.
rest.
Okay, here we go.
You want me to, so
She's
I would
good.
like to amend the
Remove,
recommendation that we have on the floor. I would like to take out the wording comfort center and put it in with
replace it with,
public facility. Public facility.
okay.
So I have to change the motion to amend the motion to change the word in comfort center to public facility.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Do you agree?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you seconder? Councilor Harding? Okay, on the amendment, just the changing of the name. All in favor signify by saying yes?
Yes.
I guess I won't ask for the noes. Any noes? I didn't think so. Motion passed. Okay. Now, do we need to discuss it anymore? Can we go to the full motion?
Good signage.
Yes,
Great signage.
yeah.
Is that my direction?
Signage, yeah.
Beautiful signs. CAO. Very colorful. Okay, so for the motion itself, it would read that council direct the CAO to enter into an agreement with the Bear River Board of Trade related to the operations of the public facility. And how's it end? There's a date there.
As attached.
As attached to April 14, 2026, coming in the home. Oh, perfect. Look at that, you had it up there. You didn't tell me that. Okay, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no? Motion passed. Thank you very much. Okay, now he has his other thing he has to do on page 19. He has to plan for future use
All
of
right.
municipal land.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Ward. So the last one that I have for you
Thank you very much
today
for coming.
is a request for decision related to a municipal land plan, and there's two recommendations. And just to be clear, we're gonna, we recommend that you bring forth the first motion, and then after we have our in-camera session, you can bring forward the second motion if you so choose.
Okay, Deputy Warden.
I move that council direct the CAO to further review the property list attached and provide a detailed report of recommendations at a future meeting.
Seconder, Councilor Longmire. Any comments or questions? Deputy Warden.
Thank you. I'm just glad we're doing this. So I know that it's been a topic of discussion that I've had with the CAO multiple times since I've been here, because I had the pleasure of finding out some things that he did while he was at the municipality of Barrington that went very well for them. So
Yes.
the fact that when we got this report, and when myself and the ward sat down with the CAO, the fact that we have 214 parcels of land was double what I thought that it was going to be honest. And there's, and the fact that there's 40 parcels that we're not using or may not have. I'm not a believer of the municipality holding land that's not being used or have a potential use in the future. Now, if it was protected land or something like that, yes, understand, or we have a plan like we just purchased or looking at purchasing Monroe Lake, you know, we have a plan. But the fact that we have 40 parcels of 214 that they're just sitting there, that we could potentially either divest or find a developer or something, and actually have some action finally on the housing situation that we're currently in. And from looking online, it looks like some of these parcels are actually good parcels that potentially something could happen with. This is something that's long overdue, and I'm really happy that we're doing it. And I'm just glad we're doing something. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we had a few more pieces of land that I didn't know of. Put it that way. Okay, anything on the motion? Oh. I'll let you.
Yeah.
You got a minute.
Just to echo what Deputy Warden said, I'm glad that we're looking at this, and as he said, he'd bring it back to a future meeting and all that, but I just quickly summarized it, the little chart that has functions, and I found that very interesting to see, and I know sometimes topics come up where we're not doing anything with it, so it is about putting a plan in place. And one thing that was interesting, if you look at the two items that have the word former, and the second last item has the word vacant, so those to me are things you're not doing anything with at the moment, they add up to 47%. So a little over half of our municipal owned land is being used or has a plan, so I counted the future things as things we have planned for. But formerly used and vacant is 47%.
Up to 40%.
What's that?
40% of the 40.
It's on
Correct.
page 91, he's talking about. Yep, you're right. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you for that, Counselor. Okay, can we, nope. Counselor Longmire and Counselor Agenbar.
Really fast. Thanks, Warden. You know, we did an exercise back a while ago on how many trucks we had and pens and paper and all of this kind of thing. So I think this is probably one of those necessary exercises to undertake. Land is an asset, and we need to know a little more about it. So great, excited. Thanks.
Thank you. I apologize, I laughed, but I didn't expect that coming out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Very well said. Councilor Agenbar.
I'll be very brief. So my question is related to some specific properties. However, reading the motion that we just passed, the first motion, which basically says to further review property list attached and provide a detailed report of recommendations later. So I guess my queries regarding specific PIDs here can probably wait for that. I don't need to hold this thing up today.
Correct.
I just want to clarify that. I'll have to ask
Yeah.
those questions later. Thank you.
So if I may, Warden, just Counselor, so, you know, we took all, and GIS was very helpful, we put together, we have maps and PIDs and everything of all of our 214 parcels. And, you know, even with 214 parcels, that was a month ago, so I'm not sure we have Monroe Lake parcel on there, which, you know, and a few others that we need to dig into a little bit. So, you know, a number of us went through and kind of identified, there's certain, you know, we've got a lot of parcels that maybe we have a bit of infrastructure on, there's a lift station. The parcel might be tiny, but we have a lift station on it, we're always gonna have that piece of land type thing. So we really just went through with the first pass and said, okay, here's a bunch that we need to look further, closer at. Sometimes, you know, municipalities receive property in a bunch of different ways. Sometimes there may have been a plan 30, 40 years ago that I don't know about, that, you know, so we'll have to dig into some of those. There's certain property that we might not be able to do what we want to do with it for whatever reason. So that's where we need to kind of get a bit more information on all these. So yes, we will come back to it. And when we do that too, we'll, you know, we're not hiding anything here. We'll show you the 214 properties, just so you're aware of what those are, and then we'll dig into the ones that we feel we should talk about more.
Perfect, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Councilor John.
Well, I meant to look, but I didn't have time, or I didn't feel like I was pretty tired by the end of the day yesterday. But, years back, each councilor got a full copy, all the maps, where it was located, how the county got it, and everything. So, at one point, council was very aware on every parcel in River County, what the county owned, where it was. Some's landlocked, some's out there, so it was provided to us at one point. But there was never, in my time here, ever a plan on what we were gonna do with any of the land. It was just
What year was
a
that?
few councilors really pushed it back as they wanted to know where the parcels of land that the county owned. And they did give us a nice report. This was all geographically mapped, each section, so it was well together. So I'll have a look, because I didn't throw it away.
Never mind, I got my answer from back there before me. So, you're on your own, I can't back you up.
So just to respond to that, if I may, Warden.
Sure.
So that's easy to do, Counselor. I mean, it's, you know, we have a digital file, it's in a folder, it's got all the properties. Again, GIS has gone through it, and there's links to all of the maps, so you know, we could do that this afternoon to put it in your council folder so that you can access it, and then if we want paper, we can talk about that. That might be a bit more, take a bit more time, but certainly we can provide it to you very easily.
Oh, that would be great.
Well, I think that
because it is important to realize how much land actually we own and where. And same as Ted, because Ted knows of a couple piece of properties that he's aware of, but I may know of two that he's not aware of, which why, or what are we doing with this, or why, are we got any plans for it, and stuff like that. And also, I think it'll bring to light, where we should be putting some entrances to some lakes that we already own land, but no one's bringing it forward, because nobody knows we own the land. If we've got a lot on Waterloo Lake, and I'm trying to find out, because there is kind of a public entrance to Waterloo Lake, but I'm not sure who owns it. But in that case, do we own, because of all that big subdivision on the side of Waterloo, is there a spot there that should be a public landing? Because, you know, those things we should be aware of to help and grow in our communities. No, very good.
Thank you. All right, Counselor. Are we done? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Okay. She's still yours, I believe. No, I think we're switching. We're switching. Thank you very much, CAO Frost. You did a grand job. Yes. Now you can switch off on the chairs, huh? We're on page 110. And everybody got this right. Oh, she did a great job. Yeah. Okay, so we have a report from Monsieur Paul Wills, Director of Finance, and it's on a property tax write-off. And we have a motion on, maybe I'll let him speak first. You speak about this, Mr. Wills, Monsieur? Oui? Okay.
Okay, so on March the 5th, we held our annual tax sale, and at the conclusion of that sale, we had 3 properties that did not sell. We received no bids on them, and one in particular is actually a private road at Waterloo Lake. And it was shortly before the tax sale actually happened, when we got the assessment roll. They actually reduced the value, the assessment value, from 20-odd thousand to 0. So it actually doesn't have any assessed value anymore. This one's kind of odd, because normally I wouldn't be asking you to write off something after one tax sale, but I really do not know who would be interested in buying a private road.
So where is it on that map?
My understanding is that's a picture of the road there. Every one of the properties that are around it have deeded access. So there's really nothing you can do with the road. So it's my suggestion, after discussion with the CAO, that we should probably write this one off, because we're not going to get a bid or anything on it. There's no point in to continue bringing it to tax sale, adding charges to it, and it's just going to sit on our account, or taxes receivable forever. So I'm basically asking council if they would break this one off. It's kind of an odd thing. I've never experienced a private road in my history with municipal government.
I wonder if they made it, okay, Councilor Connell? Oh, wait. You need to put the motion on the floor. Councilor Cranton?
I move that Committee of the Whole recommend that council approve writing off an uncollectible tax account totaling $1,376.05.
Thank you very much. A seconder to that? Councilor Harding? Okay, sorry, Councilor, I apologize for that.
No.
Councilor Connell?
And just a little bit of background. Family moved in, wanted to put an association in place. They went and voted the wrong way, ticked off a lot of the locals. They're still very sore about it. Some of them won't even discuss it, they're not interested in it. But no one's interested in buying it, because everyone has a deeded excess. So owning it really doesn't give you anything. But somebody has spent money in the last month there, because they've had a mulch machine in and mowed both sides of the road. So some individual that's living there year round or has extra funding is doing some upgrades to it. But I can tell you right now that there's nobody that I've talked to that's even interested in it, because they don't want the liability. And of course, how do you police it? If I buy it and own it, and I say, okay, I realize that all of you guys have deeded right-of-ways, but then all of a sudden your son comes out and wants to go to your camp, I own it, I say, he can't come in there. So, but who's gonna police it? You can't sit there every day, and because I wanna go in and see what the lakes look like, you know, how do you differentiate who's allowed in and who's not, the liability? So it was made very clear that nobody really wanted to own it. The municipality doesn't want to own it because, but they would like to see the municipality own it, because then the municipality would be on the hook for repairs and upgrades and maintenance and so.
So was this the same road that, where years and years ago that they couldn't come to a consensus of some kind of agreement as a group for cleaning?
No, years and years ago, our council didn't do something correct. Is that imaginable? We asked the contractor, no, we didn't ask the contractor, we told the contractor that if he was to subdivide that whole side of that lake, he had to bring the road up to Nova Scotia standards, and that when it was finished, the county would take it over. Then a few years later, we said, woo, we don't want municipal staff have to drive all the way out there. So we made that only any road within such a kilometer radius, the county would take over, which excluded, after making that contractor build
I don't wanna know about that.
hundreds of thousands of dollars into building the road.
Well,
So, I mean, it was a bad situation. We could have left it
I
as
can
a
imagine.
private road and
Okay,
because,
that's the wrong question.
so, but anyway, nobody wants to own it. I see there is some maintenance being done to it, so somebody
Well, they're
else.
taking, obviously somebody there is.
Well,
that's good.
probably the year-round people
Yeah,
are taking
that's
interest in
good.
it.
Nice to hear.
But there is a big conflict out there and we don't need to get in the middle of it.
No, we do not.
And if they're evaluating it as zero, then it's
That's right. Done.
done.
Yeah. Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Agenbar.
Thank you. So the wording of the motion is to recommend that council approve writing off an uncollectible tax account totaling $1,300. So that to me tells me that we're writing off a $1,300 bill. But does that not mean that that tax account is gonna perpetuate more tax bills? Or should we be changing the wording to eliminate it altogether?
Well, the tax bill isn't going to go till June, so this is the balance as of today.
Currently only.
Yes.
I understand.
And, I mean, with zero assessed value, there'll be no more taxes.
So there won't be any more, we don't have to do this again a year from, that was my point.
The assessed value
And
has
so
been
the
changed to zero.
verbiage in the motion is correct, it's okay, thank you.
Thank you,
And there won't be
Counselor.
any financial impact because at the end of every year, we set up an allowance for doubtful account. And we factor in the ones that we deem are probably not collectible. If we end up selling a property at tax sale or collecting it, it actually allows us to reduce that allowance, so there won't be a financial impact directly.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Perfect, let's move on to page 111, or 112. And this morning you were giving, on each of your desks, you had,
Revision.
what? The revised sheet, yes, of the capital budget increases. Okay, I have four motions. Who would like to read the first one? Councilor Agenbar?
Thank you. I move that committee of the whole recommend the council increase the funding for the Bridgetown Sewage Lagoon Upgrades Phase 3 in the 2026-2027 CIP by $300,000 to $1 million, with the full amount to be funded by long-term debt as originally approved in the 2026-2027 capital investment plan.
Seconded by Deputy Warden. Any comments or questions? Yes, Councilor Hare.
Just a quick question. When the debt is being paid, where does the debt get paid out of? Does it just get paid out of operating reserve, or does it come from sewage expenses?
The debt itself is paid through the operating budget. So every year, like, we will borrow the money from the province. We'll determine how many years we want to borrow for. It could be up to 20 years for this particular project. And so we will have a repayment schedule for 20 years showing us the principal payment and the interest for each year. So it's just part of the operating budget. We don't actually pull it from a reserve or anything to pay the debt.
Not a reserve, but the general operating is where it's gonna come from. Okay.
Okay. Next will be Councilor Cotw.
So in the original phase of doing this project, we were given at council 3 levels of project. Leave it alone, do it for 25 years, or do it for life.
Say that again, please.
At the time that we were presented with that project, we were told there was 3 categories of
3 phases?
3 phases, or three options. That we could leave it alone, or we could go with a 25-year plan, or we'd go with a light plan. The light plan was quite a bit more expensive. Are we still on par, even though we gotta go up to 300,000 on the 25-year plan? Or along the road, did the plan get changed that this is being raised to the limit?
The Director of Operations is shaking her head saying that we are on.
We didn't change any plans.
Yeah.
We've raised the berms by 1 meter and installing UV system.
Okay.
Essentially, we were asking for an increase because the cost cost a little bit more than
Yep.
we planned.
No, that's, I just wanted to make sure that, because at the time, I mean, we're spending gas tax, or whatever it's called now. And my concern is that it's great to support these big projects, but that money is countywide money, not all one area again, so I just wanted to make sure that through the loop, we didn't lose focus on the fact is what we had agreed upon, that's all. So no, I understand the cost.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Seeing no one else, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. All right, let's do motion 2. Councilor Salzman.
I move that Committee of the Whole recommend that council increase recreation infrastructure upgrades in the 26-27 CIP from 200 to 300,000, with the additional funding to come from the capital reserve fund.
Seconder. Councilor Welch. Questions or comments? Deputy Warden.
Thank you. I know we spent a lot of time talking about this at the budget. And my understanding at the time was that the budget was gonna get changed to reflect this anyway, because there was some confusion of what it was. I'm assuming this was just a very simple slip up. Because we had a lot of things in the air, and it happens, but it's still, my understanding is that it's still the same agreements where the local organization and donations, it's just the numbers that were on the budget that we was working on didn't completely reflect that, even though the number was right, but not all the numbers added up to that number.
This is what you call it.
That's what I thought.
It was an oopsie.
That's what I thought.
I wonder if we can repeat that.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yet never again.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know it's a draft
Okay.
CIP, but the original documents and
Yes.
preparing the capital budget, it was 300, but when it
Yes.
transferred over into
Yeah.
the CIP, it went to 200 and nobody caught it.
Exactly.
Trying to get the budget approved before the end of March, which is new to me.
Yeah.
These things happen.
Yeah, that's right. Good.
Yeah.
Counselor Connell?
No,
Counselor
I'm
Rankin is next.
very pleased that our financial department has corrected it and shown us. Because I'll tell you, many years you sit here and all of a sudden, 6 months later, all of a sudden they're coming back saying, oh, no, we meant 200,000 instead of 100,000. Oh, well, where's that money gonna come from?
Yeah.
So I'm very, very pleased that our financial department has come this far. It sure makes us be more accountable, and I'm not against the projects, but I'm glad that we're trying to be at least honest with ourselves and true to our budget, so, no, well done.
Perfect, thank you very much for that. Counselor Cranston?
So, I echo what Councillor Connell said, and I support the project, but my recollection could be wrong, was that we approved through the capital budget, and if there was an error, we approved 200,000 as our cost for those two projects, and I do remember discussion about it, and because there were some funds being raised, and the question was raised, well, how much was Ravenhaven, how much was Jubilee Park? And in the end, it was said Ravenhaven would be about 100,000, and Jubilee Park would be between 100 and 2, with 100 from us and 100 from grants or money raised from the community. So my concern is again, a support project, I realize things come up, but we approved a capital budget, and this is a line item, an extra 100,000 is a significant dollar, and we've set tax rates, we've done all that just last month, and we're already being asked to submit another 100,000, like an extra 100,000 over and above. So I appreciate, and I definitely trust that they're trying to do some cleanup, but I'm still concerned about why there's such a big deviation, because what was explained to what I recall being explained by staff is that this project was 180,000, with about 80 coming from the staff and 100 from us. And now it's somehow ballooned up to 300,000.
Right.
Do you wish to speak?
So you're absolutely right, Councillor. So, the Jubilee Park, we had said, what you just said, it's 200,000. It only shows 100,000 in the budget, which again, based on what you just said, we're trying to do what you just said. That project is $180,000. That's what we talked about. The 100 was coming from the community and 100 was coming from council, or the municipality. That's not what was shown. It has $200,000, but it only had $100,000 from us for all of the projects, and so we were missing that. We had the $100,000 for Jubilee, but it was in the other category, which is that's the community component. So again, as Paul said, we had it originally, I think it was explained correctly originally.
Yeah.
But then when it got transferred, I missed it, Paul missed it, everybody here missed it.
So, to clarify the wording, increase to recreation infrastructure upgrades from 200,000 to 300,000 with additional funding to come from the capital reserve. But we're not exactly taking any additional from the capital reserve. We're still only taking 200,000 total.
Correct.
Between Ravenhaven and Jubilee.
And
Park.
100 is coming from the community.
Okay.
Paul-
I was just hung up on the
Paul's
additional funding part.
And Mr. Wills has a...
So it's strictly, essentially a reporting process for the CIP, the capital investment plan?
Yeah.
If we were to report what was passed when we did the CIP, we'd only be reporting 200. It should be 300, and as for the tax rates, it doesn't affect the tax rates. Because we're funding it with our own funds, plus the community is raising 100,000. So what we're asking for is, we're gonna, my intention is, if this all gets approved, is I'll amend the CIP so that you all get a copy of it, so you have the latest version of what we're gonna actually be submitting to the province. So these are just kind of like little oopsies that happen that.
And I agree that the total should be 300,000 with 100 coming from other sources. And Mayor, I'm just getting hung up, but it was just on the wording, says with additional funding to come from the capital reserve fund. But we're not taking additional funding from the capital reserve fund, the additional funding is coming from the community.
Well, in the original presentation, it was 200,000 with 100 from us and 100 from the community. We need to take
Okay.
another 100 from the capital in order to make both projects work.
Okay.
Okay, you guys have me confused.
I agree with you, I'm thinking of the other column that did say 200 all along.
Yeah.
So now that you've confused, you guys have confused everybody.
Oh, I'm fine with it.
I'll add to.
Oh, you want to add? Okay,
I just
perfect.
want to add, only because it's getting caught up in the language, because the words, like Councillor Cranton just said, with the additional funding, it makes it sound like we're now
Adding
giving
extra money.
additional, but it's not, it's just how it's, let's call it allocated, you know, where it began, right?
On paper.
Right, and an error, which I so respect honesty and transparency, so well done for this to come this fast back to us.
Yes, it's.
Right?
Yeah.
But I think if it could just be a little more clear, so it doesn't look like we're giving additional funding now on the heels of an already passed budget, which did pass it correctly, just it showed up in a different column, line item, the other.
Well,
Something
I
like
am not
that.
touching that. So yeah, and
Well,
Mr.
it's
Wells,
just
you're
the
up.
language. The financial language just needs to be, I
mean,
guess,
when I read it, I know what it says.
yeah, I'm thinking about
But
the
that's
citizens.
because I'm a financial person.
Yes.
For sure, totally respect that.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but when you look at the CIP, you will see 200 from capital, 100 from.
For sure.
So, I mean, we can certainly amend that if you like. I'm open to whatever suggestions you want to make.
Correct questions, fine.
Don't be looking at me, I just told you that before. If you guys have an amendment, I can't wait.
No,
I think we just need to remove additional, the word additional.
No, I'm satisfied.
Okay.
I'm
I'm
satisfied.
fine, I
Yeah,
think
as long
that-
as the explanation can be clearly, sorry.
Yeah.
Deputy Warden?
I'm fine the way that it's written because we can now explain it.
Yes.
Versus before when we didn't have any of the background. I'm fine with it, unless
Yeah, well-
someone really wants to amend it. I'm not fine.
Look at me.
I like the proposed amendment.
If you look on page 57 and page 60 of the original budget, it's very clear that.
Hold on just a second.
Accordingly. It is, it's there.
Thank you.
We don't have it
If we
original
look at my
budget.
list, Councillor Cranton, you spoke. Where am I at? Councillor Hare. Councillor Hare, I think it's your turn then, we'll go back to Councillor Cranton.
I know exactly what Councilor Cranton is getting at, and that's, I'm not sure I wrap my brain around it quite yet too. I understand that we're not spending additional money, it's just simply I
The
keep
wording.
reading additional funding to come from the capital reserve. To me, it sounds like additional funding to come from the community is what, because that's where the money's coming from. Is the community putting the money in their capital reserve, and then we're taking it to the capital reserve for the project? Like, no? So,
Basically, there's two projects,
yeah, I get,
right? So, in the original CIP, 200,000 was 100 from us and 100 from the community. The other project's 100,000, and essentially what we're doing is we're adding that 100,000 that comes from us for the second project.
and the total
Come
is
from
still,
capital.
and the total is still 300,000 from the capital reserve?
No, it's 300,000 total for both projects. On the CIP, there's
Yeah.
100,000 coming from the community.
So,
Well,
ba-
I know the increase, and I guess we're gonna, not to get hung up on this too far, so, but
so basically it was 100,000 for the Judy bar? No, never mind, I don't,
I'm just leaving.
Are you good?
I'm leaving, yeah.
You're good. Councillor Captain?
Like, what is an amendment?
Oh,
Change the wording of, with the additional funding to come from the capital reserve fund as,
to remove all of that?
no, well, yeah, remove that and replace with the words, with 200,000 coming from the capital reserve fund and 100,000 from the community.
Does that work?
Works.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will go, it will read,
Cracking beer already.
Is there beer in that fridge?
Okay, do you want to just read that again?
I think we have to, yes, because
To
I think
replace the words
it
with,
starts there.
with the additional funding to come from the reserve, capital reserve fund, with the words, with the funding to come, with 200,000 to come from the capital reserve fund and 100,000 from the community.
I'll second that.
Okay? But we gotta read it before, so that
Then we can second
she has it right and he says, yes, he approves.
Okay, to amend the motion to change the wording, additional funding to come from the capital reserve fund with, for 200,000 to come from the capital reserve fund and 100,000 to come from the community.
The community.
Is that what you said?
Yes.
So you're leaving CIP from 200,000 to 300,000,
Yes.
then what comes after that?
So the amended motion will eventually be.
No, I need, what comes after the 300,000, what you amended?
With 200,000 coming from the capital reserve fund and 100,000 from the community.
Is that what you have?
Mhm.
Now you have it?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, Deputy Warden seconded that motion. Oh, sorry, you agree, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Deputy Warden, seconded that. Any comments or question on that? Oh, yes?
Thank you. So, I'm just going to the discussion.
No, we're on the amendment.
It's about that, it deals with that.
Oh, okay. We're going with the
So
discussion
basically,
part?
I'm reading the discussion in the process coming up, leading up to this discussion
113.
that's on page 113, where it says, when preparing the CIP, I just want clarification from how this is gonna reflect not only the original motion or in fact the amendment. So it says here, when preparing the CIP for the recreation infrastructure upgrades, the additional $100,000 for Raven Haven project was missed and not captured in the CIP. Is that not, am I reading that? Is that not the crux of this whole discussion?
Yeah, it is. There's two projects.
So how does that, what relevance does that have? Or should it have relevance on the motion that we had, original motion?
It's the $100,000.
It speaks to that.
wasn't it?
Doesn't that speak to that? And so why is there any need to even change the motion that is amended? Because it's there, it's already there. Everybody's getting hung up on this verbiage.
Okay, so let's move to the amendment, because you're saying, you see that according to you, the explanation is in the second paragraph of the discussion? That's
That
fine?
explains it.
Yeah, okay. So, anybody else want to say anything on the amendment? Yes?
I think for clarity to the public, I like the amendment.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything else? Okay, just read the amended part.
Okay. To amend the motion to change the wording, additional funding to come from the capital reserve fund with the 200,000 to come from capital reserve fund and 100,000 to come from the community.
All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no.
No.
Okay, motion passed. All right, now on the complete motion.
Okay, so now we gotta put that in there.
Yeah, Ms. Kelly, I'm giving it all to you.
The committee of the whole recommend that council increase the recreation infrastructure upgrades to the 2026-2027 CIP from 200,000 to 300,000, with 200,000 to come from capital reserve funds and 100,000 to come from the community.
That's exactly what I heard.
Yep.
All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no.
No.
Motion, one no. Motion passed. Turn the page. Okay, at the next motion. Okay, who wants to put the motion on the go ahead, Carson Saltzman.
I move that committee of the whole recommend that council increase the IT systems replacement in the 26-27 CIP from 40,000 to 65,000, with the additional funding to come from the capital reserve fund.
You almost gave, he smiled back there, I could see it from up front. He heard that.
Sorry, Ben.
I need a seconder for that motion. Councillor Harding. It was close, Ben. That extra zero would have been helpful, huh? Okay, any comments or questions about the motion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Thank you. Next motion. Councillor Cranton.
I move that committee of the whole recommend that council change the 35,000 funding for Alden R. Hughley water connection in the 2026-2027 CIP from the county water reserve to the operating reserve.
Seconder. Councillor Welch. They need to have buttons or bells so I can see this.
I would like to have
Oh, okay, any comments or questions? No bells. Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Okay, let's move on. We're on page 115. Look at that, we're moving pretty fast. Mr. Wills, Municipal Wildfire Prevention Grant. Where'd he go?
It's you again.
He bailed.
You again. No.
No, it's you.
Well,
Right
flip a
under the
coin.
bus.
Flip a coin.
Oh, the wildfire.
It's the wildfire.
I was gonna say, I can't speak to it along the road.
The wildfire.
Are you getting tired of being up here, Mr. Wills?
No.
Getting tired of us?
Yes, exactly what I
Stayed
thought.
at a new place last night, and usually when they stay someplace for the first time, I don't sleep.
It was not a good one then.
So, we were informed, in early March that there was some fire grant money available. We had to apply for it, which we did, and we were told toward the end of the month that we were gonna get $22,500. And what we're asking council to do is we'd like to put that money into a reserve rather than let it fall to the bottom line. And use it actually for some training in the current year. Excuse me. So, in talking to the fire services coordinator, she would like to take the money and do a coordinated approach to fuel migration and improve defensible space in high-use public areas. Trying to see here which increase community awareness around wildfire prevention and preparedness. So essentially what we'd like to do is move the money to the reserve, bring it back in 26-27, do that training, and it'll have no effect on the bottom line, because it'll be covered by that. The other option is just let it fall to the bottom line, be part of the surplus for 25-26.
Thank you very much for that. It was a very short turnaround on putting the application in, and I know that for a fact. Did a good job. Thank you for that. The motion on the floor. Deputy Warden?
I move that committee of the whole recommend that council move the municipal wildfire prevention grant of $22,500 from the 2025-2026 operating budget to the operating reserve to be used in 2026-2027 to advance Fire Smart initiatives in collaboration with Parks and Recreation.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Welch. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Against no? Well done. Motion passed. Maybe I better say that. Okay, another staff report by Madame Emma Waterman. Gee whiz. Okay, Madame Waterman, I'll let you Give an intro, you have two motions here. We
Sure.
have.
Essentially, we have two trusts that the beneficiary has requested that we liquidate the interest that's been earned, so the Willett Trust and the Kraus Trust. The beneficiary is Mountain and Meadows River. Yeah, that's the background. We manage it, but we can't.
Okay, that's the bottom line. Any other? We'll put the first motion on the floor, Deputy Warden.
I move that committee of the whole recommend that council authorize payment from the Willett Trust to Mountains and Meadows Care Group in the amount of $673.86.
Thank you, seconded by Councillor Oxner. All in favor, signify by saying yes.
Yes.
No? Any questions? Comments? I tried. Any questions or comments? Seeing none? Sorry about that. All in favor, signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Thank you. Okay, let's try the second motion. Yes, Councillor Agenbar.
I move that committee of the whole recommend the council authorize payment from the Kraus Trust to the Mountain and Meadows Care Group in the amount of $2,157.42.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Parsons Sullivan.
Yes.
Any questions or comments?
You actually have.
Councillor Agenbar, you have a comment? Or question?
I have a question.
Oh.
Actually, it pertains to both of them. My question is, what would the principal amount be? Do you have that information for
I
both
do.
of these accounts?
Yeah, I did take it out. So for the Kraus Trust, it's $80,000, and we currently have it in a GIC for 2.25%. And the Willett Trust is $25,000, and we also have it in a GIC at 2.25%.
Thank you.
Okay, he's ready for the question. Is everybody else? Any other comments? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Okay, I'm done with this. Let's go back to this. No, we're not done. Everybody hold on. Okay.
Round.
We're not done yet.
No, no.
Let's go to break.
We're going under new business.
Yeah.
Okay, 8.1 new business. No, we're doing this. We're doing this. 8.1 under new business, June dates for committee of the whole and the municipal council discussion. Okay, you have my dates. FCM has been backed up by a week, and I know that I won't be back for the committee of the whole, and the warden is also, the deputy warden is also away. So can we move? Okay, Kevin, this is you.
So-
Can we move the committee of the whole
Just
back a
scheduled for
week
June 9th, so June 16th.
to June 16th,
Council
of the
will
whole?
be June,
and council would be
June 23rd.
23rd. So we're backing both of them up by a week. Okay? June 16th
16,
would be committee of the whole, and June 23rd would be council. Does that work for everybody? Perfect? Yes? Unanimous yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, perfect, so that's done. Next one is swimming pool for Lawrencetown. So in this part, Councillor Connell is going to do his presentation. No motions will be done today, but he's going to tell us what's going on and what isn't. It could be done at council next week, don't worry about that. Just present us what you have for the Lawrencetown.
So the Lawrencetown pool was broken into and vandalized over the period of within the last 3 weeks. A gentleman was fishing the little brook and spotted the doors were open and called the town and reported that the things didn't look correct, so they went down on Saturday. The padlocks and gates were all cut and smashed open. The door to the office and the door to the pool, or the equipment in the pool pump and stuff like that was smashed. So they gotta replace a couple doors. They cut every piece of copper that was in the facility, right down to a foot piece that was between the pump and the hot water heater. They even cut that foot out. They cut anything that was copper. They just had installed 2 brand-new shower units. They cut them all out and took shower units and all. They have applied for a grant, but the grant obviously wasn't for vandalism, just to get their sewer system up and running, because they got root problems with the, they got an on-site sewer system, and they got roots growing in their pipes, so they put in for a county grant to help fix that problem. So it's not timing wise, it's not that they can request another additional funding to that grant. And next week I'll, I guess, give a notice of motion that next week I'll put a motion on the floor to give them a small contribution. I was thinking $1,000 toward their damages. The community has stepped up phenomenal. Before the swimming pool committee could even contact people, Lund's Mill was advertising before they even got a hold of them. They're doing a fundraiser Saturday for them. The spaghetti supper that the Lions Club puts on at the community college, the profit from that's going to them. The Brickton Community Hall has already stepped up and said, we're doing a fundraiser for you. And last night at the village meeting, they're getting calls from, I'm assuming, people that may have a connection to Norristown, but they're getting calls from Cape Breton to Yarmouth. They've already had, they thought about doing a program there where you volunteer to give money out there. GoFundMe, but they felt that the GoFundMe people take a percentage of that, and they've already gotten $500 donations just email to their email account. So the community's stepping up severely. Local business has said that they'll sell them doors for cost. Contractors was supposed to go there today to give an estimate on replacing the copper pipe, but they're putting all X pipe in. And they said that they'll do the best they can do and donate their time, and so I'm hoping they want to know that they're going to be up and running in May. So it's kind of, they got to know what kind of funding they're going to have to help them. So I will be putting a motion on the floor next week to take $1,000 out of our recreational and cultural account and just donate $1,000 towards their damages. I know it's an emergency thing. It's not that we do it every day, but I've sat here for years, and community halls have come forth and said the windstorm went through and tore our roof off, and we're gonna have our buildings ruined unless we got money to shingle it, and we've done emergency amounts. And I'm not asking for a big amount. I think the community is gonna do a phenomenal job. But I think just showing that we care and showing that, I don't know where it's gonna end. You know, it's different when a private person's hit with damages versus a facility that's given free swim lessons. It's given the advantage of kids that don't have the funding, the opportunity to learn how to swim, and I don't understand, there's no honor among thieves. And it shows when they hit places.
Sad to hear, very sad to hear.
So next week I'll put a motion on the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for telling us that. We just didn't want to hear something like that, for sure. But can't change what it's not. Okay, so we're done that part. We are now officially done the first part. We are going to go in camera under section 22(2)B, Municipal Governments Act, and setting a minimum price to be accepted by the municipality at tax sale. Section 22(2)A of the Municipal Government Act's acquisition, sale, lease, and security of municipal property. And 22(2)A, that's another one, under the acquisition, sale, lease, and security of municipal property. I don't know why I say that twice, what I did. It says it twice. And who's putting those motions on the floor for it to go in camera? Councilor Lionel, seconded by Councilor Agambar. You got that? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Okay. Opposed, no. Motion passed.